I'm focused. I've been watching for the omens. I've been listening to everything you said. It's been running through my head, locked and loaded. I got the feeling that you know it. Yeah, I've only just begun. I won't stop until it's done, till you're broken. So welcome to the fire. I'm the one with the lighter. Feel it burning through your veins as we're walking through the flames, getting higher. Bigger they are, harder they fall.
We return to the dark. Not to the earliest part of the morning where Oscar looks over the lake, which has a single stick in the middle, which you can see from a great distance. We return to the earliest hours, 2 a.m. in the morning, inside the city, in the temple district's furthest corner to the kind of center of the city. We return to a small 20 monster incursion, 5 already trimmed down by the Perdition guards which have emerged through the front of Jonathan's defended cathedral. Ambient blue glow from the lanterns that have spontaneously erupted from the ground along with the fence line. That fence line with a protective barrier signals John every single time a creature enters that is not welcome. And so Jonathan heard 20 successive ringings in his ear, which did not stun him, but certainly muted his awareness of people around him and their requests. Ignoring the people, he ran straight into battle. You walk up to her, she's just yelled back for these, basically, effective soldier commoners to form a defensive line. She now looks towards you like, this is the woman that walked around with you, the woman who called herself Samantha, who was considered a knight and looks to be somewhat in a high rank. And you're getting the idea that she is probably not that nervous over 20 gnomes. You can see there's a little bit of confidence still in her face, like a tough seriousness that's masking a kind of slight cockiness.
Well, the response was impeccable. I didn't expect you to mobilize so quickly here.
We are all on edge, she mutters. That's basically all she could say, well, after yelling.
Right. Give me a status report of what's going on. As the giant hand will reach towards that, as he starts to invoke dark magic again.
One of the back ones?
Yeah, just that one.
No, she sees you cast magic that is clearly... How does that look from being 5 feet away from her?
So this is a touch spell. The giant skeletal hands fly towards the creature. As Jonathan's eyes start to glow a pure white, as they phase in, his hands begin to manifest into the darkness he usually is in the dark. As it proceeds to crawl off this spectral skeleton's hand to touch towards this gnoll, and as it touches its skin, it pushes that force back into Jonathan, as it fails.
So she is very quickly acting like that is not a big deal to her, although you could be probably, you can be certain that she's probably not seen this type of power, not in your style, particular fashion. So it took her off guard slightly, but she's masking. Jonathan, you start to notice from 2 corners where the destroyed ruins are and where the tree is. You notice that this guy that's here has nearly fully slain this rat, but you notice there's one that has been kind of curving around the tree. You can notice that when you had run up behind the tree, he had basically pressed his body to it and you thought it was dead. It has gotten up and it's kind of curving around. But it is not attacking you because it is obviously seeing you doing something that it probably doesn't understand. And this little guy in here It's just makes his way line to the wall, and you notice just literally crawl all the way to the back.
Blow up.
Dash action, that's his whole turn. Jonathan. You notice only one tradition soldier goes down. It's 3 under now. It's 4. Full actions. And you can see Evelyn fully overdue. So, bang, bang, bang. They are all moving into the closest proximity possible now.
Alright. We don't have move by action, so once we move, we
Once you
Once you move into an action, you call.
That's why 2 of them that were only 10 feet away, they still managed to get 1 hit on each of these soldiers, but these soldiers...
Is dead, or is he
He's
just
gone. He's gone. He was not wearing anything more than what you notice is a chain shirt.
You get lettuce cores.
Clearly
the dead.
some sort of scout or informant that has put himself on the front lines.
There's 3 guys who just died.
Yep.
Jonathan will reach with the spectral hands and touch both of them, because Enemy Dead is also a touch spell.
Touches, alright. So does it have to be in a radius? I mean, they're all right there. And we're all within like 10 feet.
Luckily, the spectral hands have fingers in their giant.
Yeah? Okay.
So they just spread out their hands
Touching that.
as they touch those 3.
What about the human?
He won't touch the human, because I have a
Good distinction. Good distinction.
So I have a gold limit of 100. And it's 25 gold each. And how many are there?
3 that just died. CL4.
Okay, I can only revive 2. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so 2 hit die, both of them.
Are they skeletons?
I can raise those zombies, but I'm probably gonna raise those skeletons.
Usually.
Very evil. Bad person.
Wow. So immediately, Jonathan touches those 2
Gnashing
of those
raw
corpses
jaws.
as their flesh just melts off. As they're
Black
purified by this
Runs through the
black...
cracks of the cemetery
Yeah.
park.
This kind of black flame as they burn completely free.
And they rise with nothing, barely anything on their body, but
As
then
they rise to support the other soldiers, Jonathan will give the command. Protect the soldiers and take out the others.
And you say that out loud.
Yes.
Absolutely. Good. Alright.
As he then runs towards
The rat.
this rat, and he'll go behind him.
You see the soldiers carving through. None of these soldiers now are, because they can basically 5'7" in combat, the ones that weren't. This guy basically killed the 2 that were around him with the 2 final strikes, and that... But that puts us back at your turn.
Right.
Soldiers are looking rougher, but you think that they've at least got 2 more rounds, and that's not including Samantha, and that's not including any of the combos.
Alright. The rat that's just there, is he just fighting a spearman? Whatever.
Oh shit, no, the rat gets there. Yeah, the little guys.
All the
I
rats.
forgot these 2. That's right, there's not any rats left. Samantha's turn. You get fucked, Samantha. Bye, rat. Rat will go straight for you. I'm just holding a tiny little knife, and you've noticed it's more like sharpened bone at the handle, and there's a piece of serrated cut iron that looks to be too thick to be a proper blade. More like a blunt, forced object. Stabbed at your knee, at 19. Lovely, lovely. 7 points of piercing damage.
7 points. Alright.
That's it, as it stabs like right into what tries to stab into the joint where your kneecap is, and you slide your foot forward just enough and it kind of half stabs the back of your knee. Not a nice stab to get, but it's more like a cut. Felix, it is now your turn again.
Alright, that's gonna be a really one fight.
Samantha actually did a defense turn because she is just defending all of these people. So you're up.
So suddenly, Jonathan will stomp his foot on the ground as burned like skulls and flowers start to roll around him, becoming a protective aura as he'll brandish his knife. I can't take a full action attack. I'll very easy movement action, right?
Well, but you haven't done a movement this turn.
That's the trigger of the aura.
Right.
Alright, I'll make a 9 attack, I guess. Alright, +9, so that's 20 to hit.
Big.
Apologies also, this is the rats of 6 hit dice, and that hits. 19?
19.
Oh, on not a touch though.
Not much.
Not flat-footed, no, that does not hit. Ducks out of the way. Okay, so Felix, that's your whole turn.
Yep.
Samantha just butchers this rat. You got one hit on her, she butchers it. These people, I'm going to make at least 4 attacks on the rat. Not a good chance that they'll hit, but...
I heard they do like...
3 and a 1 for the commoners. Good start. 1 and a 3 twice in a row! Oh my goodness.
This rat is...
This is
She should hit like...
one soldier misses one.
Misses, they all miss, their skeletons are awful.
Okay, they literally 3 out of the 4. Sorry, 2 out of the 3 die. Just because of the nice miss 1 attack. 1 is left, 1 is literally has its arm hanging from threads of muscle tissue rather than the bone that's been severed from it.
Just done him push-ups. Make your strength up.
Can I do that? I would love it.
I'm sure.
Just Saitama workout, yeah, we
push-ups
have to...
every day for a year.
Yes, run around the entire city 10 times.
Guys, I want 11 strength.
Rats. Rats attacking John. Full round.
Nice.
But it's rogue. So it just means to...
Yeah.
Mithril Rapier! I can do it twice. That is 27 to hit, and that is an 18 hit. Sorry, 14 to hit.
Okay, my AC is 21. So
This is 21.
But I believe it's one kind of thing.
Okay.
That'd be really bendy.
And I did roll.
God.
I wish I knew. I actually did crit on a previous round, but I'm going to ignore that. It's not important.
okay, so you roll 19. Oh yeah, 19's a crit.
18 is a crit.
Oh,
18 and 20.
Damn, holy shit.
And for
That's gonna kill me.
this is actually going to be 1 with a rapier and then 1 with a bite.
Yep.
Oh, sorry, 1 miss with a rapier,
Yeah.
so that's bite as well. Which it hits. I need
Do I need to make a
you
con save
to
for
make a
disease?
DC 14.
Disease?
It's a disease. I'm pretty sure you're highly resistant as a paladin.
Yes.
Good, okay. You're only taking +2, 14 points of
shit.
piercing damage.
That's a really short night.
I mean, yeah. No, one's a rapier, one's a piercing rapier, magical. Also, 14, 15, because I forgot the +1.
Also, rapier? Hell yeah.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to confiscate this rapier.
And for Samantha, she hits.
I want to bad my damage.
She gets 1 hit. You, Jonathan, see over your head, Samantha just comes down with her sword and just stabs into its shoulder, like cutting off the circulation in the arm that's the rapier, and it just bites fiercely at the blade that's now stabbed into its shoulder over your head. And that's their turn. Tradition cards are all done but this one, so one of them just straight up ignores it and starts to turn back and walk towards you. It's seeing its captain getting attacked, and it gets an attack, and it fails. That's swag there. There you go. It's going to get to actually move around. To flank. Yep. So they're all flanking now, including your wolf boy. 4v1. Beautiful. So this is quickly where we will cut from combat. We know what happens here. Samantha half butchers this thing over your shoulder. You lay in a few shots. The commoners miss everything.
Well, let's see if I hit something.
Why not? 21.
Wait, 21 AC?
Mm-hmm.
Nope, don't hit shit.
There you go. So
Oh, wait,
you
is it flanking?
yeah, now it's flanking with you technically. So +2.
No, there's everything.
So back to the you missed.
Oh wait, my next +1. It was exactly 20. Well, I mean, about the fast attack, actually, yeah. Whatever.
No, first one will flank.
The first one does not flank yet.
Oh, okay.
He's only moved closer to you now, which is flanking. So
All it would take is 1 feet. And you would be useful.
What? No, it would take a 18 strength.
Oh, we're just weapon. That's what else.
Oh, that's true.
So you hear the final two
That's-
whispers and whimpers from these feral creatures that are quickly and finally silenced. And then you are left in relative peace, but the kind of faint, strange rattling sound, not of breathing, but of your undead gnoll skeletons kind of just moving, existing. The rattling of fleshless living bodies.
That's where it comes out.
Oh, he ran.
Okay.
Oh, he ran. Because some of these guys are bitches. And now we reach the kind of stasis where for a moment there's a lot of guards at the front. And they are wondering what is directly in front of them. Should be undead. You have had ghosts. You have not shown any of these people the undeads you've summoned in front of them.
And currently, as often they're like looking at them, Jonathan will like just kind of ignore them. As
They're basically just like, yeah, because the Unals aren't being hostile to these creatures for no reason, but then your Tradition Knights are starting to. Well, one's walking up to you and the other's still flanking one. What do you do? Kill it?
Doesn't care if they die. Jonathan just takes a few steps up to make sure he hits all the British Knights as he hit them.
So you walk. You see the Tradition Knight puts his flame sword directly in front of your, basically a foot away from your chest, and it is the blade that is on fire. It's a long sword. What are you doing with those things?
Currently, I'm using them as puppets to take some casualty.
Can they turn on us?
Not from you, they won't. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Make a diplomacy check for me first. It's not that high, DC. The DC was 25.
What do you get? 34. Oh, okay.
You watch as the flames sputter out from the sword before he lowers it down from your chest.
As he just stands in the middle, he'll be like, Arena's grace, everything heals.
Not that high of a DC.
All the HP.
Just 20.
It's not that big. It's just 11 HP to everything.
11 HP. The field of the aura of light that you produce that suddenly shines on these people, that suddenly heals them, and then fades very quickly. You see they all kind of look. Now, most of the knights have a kind of blank expression on their face, which you're sure is just a type of confusion they're covering. And Samantha walks up behind you and says, "This is what I was hoping some sort of saint would be strong enough to defend our people properly. If you are what you have been, or at least what it's looked like you've been trying to be since you've arrived." So you're hearing, that maybe one of the captains is talking over your shoulder while you're watching these two Perdition Knights just kind of flank the knoll. Just one of them, the other one's just kind of standing there, absently. And then
John, looking at like how shoddy the job was at raising those undeads, they're pretty crappy. They don't have much meat to that barn. Jonathan will lower his hand as they look towards him, as they go into execution stance. As they just kind of put their legs to the knees. Like, alright, you can take them out. I don't need them.
and you see the Perdition Knight that put his sword to your chest, walks over to them and whispers something. Make a perception check.
Not bad at that.
You are.
That's over 2. Alright.
The DC was 20.
Alright, I don't see it.
Okay. You don't hear it, that's all. As the Samantha is still talking over your shoulder, kind of in more amazement than fear. You see this Perdition guys also have a very blank expression. Your bone dogs go into a kneel, go on the ground, go into that very kind of like simple physical position to just be killed. And you see the guards look back at you. And then the main guard basically just threaten you. Looks back at you as they all have stopped pacing around this creature. He says, "Will they be more useful now alive?"
Well,
could make better quality ones later. These are more of a rough job. So they are essentially worthless. They're the equivalent of bone fertilizer. However,
Actually, they cost 25.
for me they don't.
Couldn't you just send them off in the city to kill everything not human?
That's true, I could send them on suicide runs.
Yeah.
However, if you really want me to use them, I can tell them to run around to try to find any more rat folk around, and send them on a suicide mission.
So they're not better used here to defend the survivors?
Look around, there are bodies everywhere. I can make a lot better defenders.
You see the two guards that do look to be, one looks to be a full armored Black Knight tradition, and one looks to be more like maybe a almost high-ranking tradition member with their helmet that doesn't match any of the others. But then they look both towards the one who threatened you. And you see he just kind of nods his head, and then they just walk away. They just walk away from the room. From your dogs, they leave, and you see your threatened knight almost shoulder checks you. Is about a foot away from shoulder checking you, and he's a big 6'4" guy, 6'5" basically with the helmet, with the boots on. And you watch as they start to talk to the people who had formed armor, had pulled up a defense. They say, "Hand me the shields," as they plant their weapons in the ground. They take the spears and shields away from the commoners that are kind of frightfully still clutching them. What do you do?
John will walk up to those two undead still in execution stance going, I see. It seems you to have been forgiven for your sins. Quite lucky, I would say. You too.
They like him, you see his heels.
Go find that rat folk who ran away, and take him out, then come back if you survive.
They chomp their bone mouths together, and then they sprint back in the direction where you saw there was a laying prone rat in that destroyed building, which is not supposed to be in your garden, basically, but has been left in the many other areas of ruin. Structures are still left half-formed. And you're noticing that at least your positioning of this whole structure, now that you've done a few perimeters and now it's becoming the dawn, like it's only basically 20 past 2, it's been night for what feels like too long. You're just noticing that the perimeter has many, many destroyed buildings filling your kind of memorial garden, but they're just not touching your building. Or they're 5-10 feet away from touching your building, which is just lucky. Then you hear more soldiers begin to arrive from not this part of the map, but basically back here towards the front side, towards the side that's facing the temple courts, the district that was locked in and protected. So you see these guards, and you notice they said what was one of the, what Imric said was the last priest.
Oh, he's not divine magic?
He's the only one, they've said. And 3 fully armored, probably semi-high-ranking, older Perdition Knights, 1 woman, 2 men, 1 with graying hair, and then the big juggernaut-like creature whose stomps are very faint because there's a lot more grass, even though it used to be very stone and dirt, cobble. They walk over to you as you are performing whatever ritual you're trying to perform on these creatures. Given 5 minutes, these guys arrive. They don't arrive immediately. A minute, not 5 minutes.
Well, as Jonathan looks at these bodies, I have a handful of 52.
That's right. Wasn't it like triple your...
No, it's 4 times every hit. Oh, every hit die. Sorry.
My dragon takes
I
20
can
hit die.
revive every single one of these. Great.
So how long does it take?
It takes me a standard action to revive them.
Okay, so there's 18 that you haven't revived.
18?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, there's 18 hit dice.
I can revive those cannon fodder, but I'm not going to. Because that's the rest.
If you want me to round you up, that's only 24 hit dice worth of
Let's
rats.
say that the ones that were ignited, well, okay, the one I melted definitely doesn't have a body on it, so that's the 17.
True. Yep. There's 4 rats, they all have, together that's 24 hit dice. They're the highest, the others are 5 hit die gnolls. 5 hit die gnolls, yeah.
You only revive them as 4 hit die creatures, so that's a shame.
Okay, so that still leaves you, what? That's at least 5.
20, and I revive them as...
No, you can get 50. Right, so the dragon's 20, you can revive 5, that's 20.
I have 28 pools left.
I'm going to say that because of that initial conversation, these soldiers have basically arrived as you begin to walk over towards the bodies. So you are not affronted by them, they're not talking to you, they walk basically through you and around you as you walk to the undead corpses, the dead corpses as well. And the big giant actually just stops and just stands next to you. Quiet and intimidating, you've never heard him talk.
You're the last priest of this place. What did God do for them again? I do not know.
And you see the head look down, and its massive weapon in its hand cradles basically like a crow head made of metal. And you watch as it points the weapon closer and closer towards your chest. And then it touches the small Farina amulet that was a priest's hidden weapon at your belt. Touches it with the tip of its blade. Very, very, it looks like he's about to stab your waistline, but then he touches your form symbol with the tip of his weapon.
Another worshiper.
Then you see stomps get kind of louder, the other soldiers know to move out of the way. I mean, you do remember any juggernauts from your past, from your temples, but you doubt he's that old. He's just some unnaturally ginormous man. I mean, there are some British members that get close, like they get closer to the 6'7", 6'8" that he is. Maybe with the helmet off, he's 6'7" or 6'8". With the helmet on, he's definitely 7 feet plus. And
Secretly.
you begin to raise the undead, and make another perception check for me as you hear the soldiers whisper behind you.
That one.
That is so perfect. A 2 and a 1, you will never hear a thing.
You thought it was lucky, by the way. They prove what you did.
Yeah.
That is. Like, that is the fucking strangest name to hear in that conversation out of all of the things to hear. However, they seem to be ignoring you while you slowly curl your undead magic, your necromancy, holding these corpses.
2 to 6 ones. He does tear
They're just clumped here. There's mostly a pile already because of the knives pushing them in
He
together.
starts to touch each of them as well. He has to go one at a time. So he goes to each one as he begins to seem to inscribe these strange carvings into its melted off flesh. As they all get risen. Do I want to raise them as bloody skeletons? No, I don't. Alright. They all raise as normal skeletons before they die.
Okay.
You three, guard the entrance they broke a hole in or climbed over.
They turn away from you to the wall, which they ran from the corner down that way. The loudest sound is the kind of rattling of the things that shouldn't be held together. That can't be held together, except for magic. And you watch as they, instead of the ones that sprint to the front entrance, which is, several hundred feet away, you watch these guys kind of carefully stalk up to the wall. that's when you feel the connection of that dragon you have is pretty close at this point, but it's maybe still 30 or so minutes away from you. You also begin to notice, because you can see the front side, this is kind of where that wall, that magically formed wall, has divided streets and has been just a bulwark put in place. You notice that atop roofs that are flat, you see 3 what looks like interesting kind of rough jobs of what look like cannons. They don't have wheels, or at least not visibly. They're just kind of stowed. You didn't notice them before the battle, but you were looking up on the walls. Now up top there are 3 basically wheelless cannons placed on top of a roof facing your temple, your front entrance.
Samantha,
Yes.
are those house cannons, or did the nose start getting siege weapons?
I don't think we have the siege weapons in our temples, so they must have brought them back recently. I don't know, maybe they were doing this out of the precaution. The undead were turning up. I will go ask. I'll go ask the district.
Alright.
It doesn't, it's probably just precautions, she says as she starts to walk away from it.
It's going to be a busy night.
And luckily you've had relatively long rest. You know Moki's still asleep, you know he needs that rest. He's not slept for probably 2 days plus. And then you also notice that the king has not come back. He entered to drop off a lot of people in a few of these nights, and he's gone back to the temple courts. Neither did the Elven Queen, which you didn't even see her leave at this point, though it has only been 6 hours since you've seen her. Oh, sorry, for that full rest, so 8 hours. What do you do? Do you enter back inside and talk to the people? What do you do?
So John will then head back inside to see the new visitors, try to organize where everyone's going and explain
so you go over general small greetings when it comes to the communication of where things are located, what these knights need to know about bedding and about food storage, healing people, using the priest, where armor can be stowed that is a safe place away from the many children that have now entered your building that are using it as the first safe refuge.
John will throw one more healing wave as well because I am
Smart.
damaged, so.
Some of them are also pretty damaged still.
He will turn to the group, he'll ask them to gather around him as he just throws out another wave of energy. 13.
Okay, more last time, yeah. We moved to about 30 more minutes. 30 more minutes of people settling down.
Do I feel 2 beliefs disappear off mine and dead? The 2 ones I sound so savage? Because they would lose the random one.
Yeah, you do. And you know that they went basically, so the back of your temple, so pointed towards the bay / the inner side of the city. You then hear, after only about 30 minutes of settling down, so you finally eat something, even though you don't really need the ghost to provide you. You're not, you're trying to now live not fasting anymore like you were doing for a few days during war. Eating something substantial takes you about 10 minutes, and then, because that's kind of your breaking, you literally woke up to this incursion. If it's 2 a.m. in the morning, welcome to morning for Jonathan. You feel luckily kind of energized, even though that wasn't rest. The first thing you've used magic to try to provide that rest. You hear yelling. It's only been about 50 minutes since the end of that incursion. You feel like you could go back to sleep and actually have a nice rest in a bed that you made, that you're imagining is probably nicer than anything you've slept in the last month. And then you see opening one of the back doors, one of the southern doors, the direction 2 blips disappeared from. You see a man that is rather large walk in, sweating and breathing heavily. And he says, "Please, Lord of this estate, my daughter, I lost her, but she's just returned. Please heal her if you can." And then he runs back out of the building. When he finds you, he runs, and I think he's full sprinting, so he can move 140 feet for a few rounds. Only 120 feet.
Alright.
You do what you want to do.
He'll quickly follow her. He wouldn't be sprinting as much, but...
This is not the entry point of where the last incursion happened. This is just the back, even though this was the direction that you sent the gnolls, the right left from. You see, and at first, by the time you sprint to the back door of your cathedral, you catch one pin.
He'll look around to see if there's any guards around and go, there is possibly another incursion.
There's two very close to you, and they go,
Please notify Samantha and the others. Prepare.
Samantha is headed back into the court. I will notify our other captain. Yes, Zahil! And you hear him yell out as you run away from him, and then you see one British knight has actually turned and is kind of heading, following you, but not as quick. As you emerge, you see the father is 100 feet into the cemetery yard where the main gravestones are, and he's pointing to the very edge of the perimeter. I saw her coming from a mile away. She's drenched in sweat. There's something wrong with her. I think something tried to kill her. You can see he's basically crying at this point, even though it's so early in the morning.
Is he holding her or?
He is pointing to her, and she is several hundred feet at the perimeter of the gate. She's only just hopped over the fence. You're noticing, this is a woman with barely anything on her. A rag covering some parts of her chest, but you can see it's clearly ripped off. Probably by the fence. You can see she's missing a jaw, and her teeth and her tongue just kind of flops down, hanging about 3 or 4 inches down towards her chin.
I see.
And she's definitely staggering. She's probably not wearing shoes. Would assume her feet is probably bleeding.
So her bottom whole mouth is just ripped off?
It's not, you can't visibly see a jaw, and you can see what would happen when there's not a jaw, which is just that the tongue just hangs out.
Okay.
Yeah. You can, that's from a few hundred feet away.
Because there's a dislodged drawer as well.
Yeah, well, maybe it would be bent all the way down, which would be horrifically painful. This father is assuming this is a living woman. You are probably immediately getting the assumption she's not.
Soldier, I've heard tales of, what did you say that was happening to the people?
Next curse,
Yes,
the Como.
Como curse.
You think she's half cursed?
Well, from here I can see she's missing her jaw.
Oh, she's fine, but that means she's made it through. And you see what you're assuming is her father is starting to walk towards her, past all of your gravestones. And you notice as now she's gotten slightly closer, the details of her, what she's carrying. You're just perceptive enough to notice because of the blue lantern light at the very edge of your perimeter. Her hands are fully atrophied, and you think her knuckles are swollen. Like, you can see her hands are unusually puffy. One hand is a piece of either fabric or paper that's just loosely flapping. It's only about 30 centimeters long. And then in her other hand, also black and swollen, you notice that there is some sort of sharp object, like a dagger or something. They're about 200 feet away from each other. You're as close as you want to be to the dad.
I see. I do not think your daughter is a part of the living.
Jonathan will cast Detect on Dead, just in case.
So it's still 200 feet away.
Okay. Well, it grows to 90 feet, but Jonathan will keep walking forward,
So
you'll eventually reach it.
you say that, and you notice that the old man just slows down and starts to walk at basically a crawl pace. You see he grabs his chest, and you squints his eyes, closes his eyes tightly, and says, no, she's not gone. And you walk past him at a slightly quicker pace, and you get within the 90 feet, and you connect with that negative necromancy energy that is possessing this body. It is not a living corpse.
No, I'm dead.
It is certainly not living. It is a corpse, and it is possessed by energy that you are 100% sure is necromancy.
Alright. Am I stunned?
No, actually.
Okay.
This does look just realistically like a young human woman. You'd say probably Oscar's age. And then, but it looks like large parts of her that were beaten heavily either before or after she became an undead.
I'm sorry, sir. She is gone.
You see he's back and he's almost on his knees just next to a gravestone, and you can see his face is leaking with sweat and obviously tears, and he's beginning to just break down as you say that.
However, I'll be able to identify what has happened to her if we get her more.
I don't want to see her if she's not mine anymore.
Please head inside.
I won't. And he's obviously just shaken, obviously in a kind of lost state. She's now she's now basically exactly 60 feet away from you.
When the guy gets just about earshot from Jonathan, he'll say,
It's the least I can do to protect the rest.
You actually basically have to use one round while she's moving closer to actually push him away, because he's almost too emotional to start moving on his own, but then you push him and then he's stumbling away. And yeah, you say that. And you get close enough and you notice that there is some sort of actual fabric ripped off, far nicer than anything she was wearing, covered in blood that's dripping from her knuckles, swollen and atrophied. And there is Sylvan writing scribbled across fabric, painted basically. By a very fine brush, because those are very detailed, small Sylvan written.
Command you to stop.
command on it.
Okay. This is law that you
Does he have intelligence?
no.
Okay, that's instant 16. So.
Just stops there.
Wasn't protected. And it seems they know who I am.
The precision soldier's right next to him.
Tradition soldier is now next to the man, about 60-ish feet back from you. So he's stopped 60 feet back from you and has kind of kept obviously a look on you, but has stayed and has met the man and has kind of moved aside as the man tries to walk away.
John kind of like thought he was like backing him up just in case he got into like a neck fight. It was like,
No, Tradition's 60 feet away. Yeah, you look back and he's there's some. It's clear that he's not jump shadowing you.
as John just walks up to the undead to see what she has.
And you see, there's blood covering certain words, but you take a few seconds in the dark to squint, and it starts, even though it's half ruined, with, "May this invitation be taken to the owner of the cathedral." And it is a letter. It is technically addressed to you.
You want to peel the letter? I could just paper cut it.
No, it's not a letter.
Oh, okay.
It is a piece of fabric where it looks like painted onto it with black writing, but it is not like ink. It is
It's like
actual.
a iris.
Gate. Butcher of the Shadashin, formerly 4th Prince of the 5th King. Any birds in this city that are no longer inhabited by humans will soon be home to the man, species of intelligent animals you fear so greatly.
You see the blood was definitely covering the Y in man, which is probably many.
That incursion has already begun. You could never hold off the numbers we have now. Odysseus always wanted this land. This is not a random choice. This is her heritage. And if you wish to see your race survive, Wrath, you will run. Warm regards, the ruler of Brandgate, butcher of the Shadarasha, formerly fourth prince of the Fifth King.
XOXO.
What a nice fellow. However, if it is a war of nutrition, I cannot last those bastards.
You look to the undead that's just stuck swaying in front of you, the one hand that's still tight knotted that's holding the fabric, and the dagger in the other that's also just limp beside her. But none of these dead weapons you assume they can use properly, they're just stuck in their hands.
You there, miss. What am I going to do with you? Alright. Sergeant Kev. Alright.
When he's directly below the Captain Samantha.
See.
I suppose these meetings are rather pointless since there's no order to this anymore. Our formations will have to be re-established.
Alright. You said there was another captain as well? Or is it just Samantha?
Yes, no, Kiev.
Kiev.
It's not that different. There's just an I and another E in there.
Well, I'd better go talk to them. I'm suddenly figuring out what is going to happen. Maybe I'll need to inform the king of what's going on in this land.
Should I be staying out here on guard, or...?
You can go back to your original position. Don't worry. We have scouts running around this area now. Although they are undead, please make some human ones. Undeads make mistakes.
Nods. Doesn't seem to be fully aware of what you're talking about, and then walks to the... just inside, turns right, stands around a bunch of other people that are hovering around the food trays that the ghosts have brought out, and say he tries to scowl to take one. But you walk past him heading for the captains, which all seem to be assembled in a tight group. There's about 5 there, all of them that are looking like the highest ranking ones, and a few that are just standing in the perimeter.
Right, captains. We have just got a message from the enemy.
They all look towards you.
As he holds the parchment paper, his hands risen.
It's bloody Sylvan, we can't read it.
Yes. To go over what is going on. An old ruler of Brandgate, Butcher the Shadarshin.
Shaldrishin.
Shaldrishin. The fourth prince of the fifth king, he calls himself, is raiding this city with an endless amount of gnolls.
That's easy, we can take care of those gnolls, that's why we were sitting here.
Yes.
What we just did before was nothing. We lost someone who was ignorantly put on the front lines. They looked to Samantha.
It seems that they are obsessed with rushing us down until we are all dead. They want us to leave this city. However, I do not take kindly to their threats. I will use all my power to stand against them. However, if you want a stronger chance, I will put up a quest for your guards to look for onyxes around the city. If you can do that.
He means the gem.
Yes, the black gemstone. The more black onyxes we get, the more powerful creatures more powerful monstrosities I'm able to create, which can become one-man armies.
Samantha turns to the other captains and says, the king would obviously be giving us permission to raid all of the nearby houses and jewelry supplies. Not that any burglars might have not already done that, but I mean in the way that we won't have need of his permission. He gives it to us wholeheartedly. He told me that himself. Anything we do is for the betterment of our people. People's jewelry can come at a cost. A nice look at her and look back to you.
And if we're on this case, although we've lost all of our priests, If you can find diamonds, obviously they have their value, although the church may have their collection. For the emergencies.
I will... Jonathan, well, I've already just talked to the king. There is no supplies left in the Temple Courts district. Over 5 days, we've used every single magical gem to facilitate recovery, and unfortunately, I don't know if onyx would be a gem that we would use for healing anyway, so I doubt it would be there. It's best for us to look at the surrounding lands. The king said you needed an excavation team to make sure that the land was clear enough to put these support temples in. Maybe if we do that while we look for jewels.
As you can see, this building is not the most sound for the uneven ground and building.
You see another guard. Well, it's slightly sloped, but I don't see any structural issues with it.
Not yet. We'll see.
Actually, yeah, I should do the percentage roll then.
It is the morning, so you're more than welcome to, yeah. 10%, so
It falls around us immediately.
D100. I would say that it's more like
It's
50%.
10%, so let's go lower if I roll in the 10.
So you need to roll
Higher than
double zeros, you're a fail.
I got 26, it's 6. Oh, 62, never mind.
Yeah. The comment is fair. It's slightly sloped, and you're worried that because you put it on an elevation you weren't predicting would be a problem, but forgot that buildings did kind of part ways as the structure emerged. The structural foundations were already shaky, yet you are confident it will last at least 24 hours. Yeah.
This building will not last for too long. However, when I have enough time to excavate one more sound building, it will not break like this is easy. This was a temporary measure to get you all fed.
Well, we are grateful for this, and one of the other captains who's now talking to us says, is there a chance that there is enough food supplies here for the soldiers as well? We're prioritizing civilian life.
There is enough here to feed for 252 beings for 7 course meals. Please, indulge yourself.
Should 7 courses.
9 courses.
You know what I would ask, but I've already seen things today that I would consider miraculous. So, our luck is not run out. He looks to the others. They all nod, and then they turn back, and he says, what you notice is this dark captain. He says, I am Captain Keith. Not Keith, Keith.
Keith.
I have worked directly under one of the High Lords of Seratayuni, now an overseer, Thaddeus Norden. He is highly against the use of magic to this degree. Ghosts and undead defenders. This will cause heavy friction if he ever decides to be teleported here magically from any of the other wizards that are in Seratayuni wishing to get supplies over here. I am only saying this to warn that I go against my own code to allow undead to walk here.
I see.
But I know it saves the people, and I am willing to bend the rules so that these people don't break.
Well, I am willing to make agreements in times out of crisis to not use undead around here ever again.
And if we can make deals before conflict emerges, that will be the way that we can save everyone here. You are vital to that. So is the Captain Firefist and all of the remaining mages we have at our disposal. We are simply just the vanguard fighting force. We are the brutes, and we know our role. Samantha's instructions, we will follow her lead to the excavation operation the king demands of us. I was recently just with him. I believe the Queen of the Elves of East Haven is looking to speak with your elven friend. But she did say that she would be here for another another 36 hours.
Right. I will pass the message to him. Thank you for your time, Captain.
Nods, and then walks back towards the doorway, which you are assuming he's just going to head back to the double quarters. Just him. The others all stay. And some of them break off now and begin to Samantha stays, and another older looking man stays, white hair, but the others break off and start to try and pick off some of the food from the ghosts. It is nice. It's only been an hour after battle and I can already see people starting to wind down. I don't think people will sleep well tonight, but hopefully if tomorrow is better. We weren't expecting people to help us with these methods. Unconventional as they are, I think most of us in the higher ranks that we are willing to overlook some of this just for the sake of our people. I think this level of destruction has helped loosen some of their screws just enough to let you do whatever crazy evil magic it was that you were doing outside. I do just want to say how much we appreciate the support. As knights, we are the last line of defense and we were hung out to dry. I should also thank your friends, but I am not sure of their current location.
It is okay, Samantha. I can let them know. I will let you know that magic is not inherently evil or good. It is merely a tool to cast your will upon this world, to manipulate it into your image. However, I will say that out of all of them, necromancy for some reason has the worst rap. Even though I consider enchantment more vile than evil.
I don't really know what those words mean fully, although I understand now what your necromancy is about. I think it looks pretty vile, even in battle. But maybe that's the point in battle.
The reason why it's so scared and banned is it's the most efficient for wars. Because one man can make a difference and change.
Is that spider horseman a necromancer as well?
Oh, that is more of shamanism or druidism. I think they had a name for it, but I don't remember what it's called.
You see, if the tradition was still as strong as we were a week ago, we probably would have burned him for seeing that, and I don't think enough tradition members even noticed. But that was certainly shocking.
Yes, I don't think I've ever saw him do that before, and it does make me curious of how it works, but he is a broken man. He is a family man. Even though he may look like a monster on the outside, he is trying to be a caring father. Don't put it behind him.
And then, Jonathan, you begin to hear you're ringing, and you get 15 seconds into your kind of stunned moment of just having a conversation with someone and then to be confronted by constant battering, ringing sounds.
Well, Samantha, it seems like the first tide is going.
I'm gonna go check the entrance they first emerged from, and she walks out the door, not too far away from where you currently stand. You see, she says, "Commoners, get your shields and spears. You are all doing well. Keep holding the line for the people inside, for the children." She leaves. What do you do?
Actually, it's called a militia because it's called.
Militia would be a unified gang.
Militia is the just communist stuff that I don't train properly. So. Yeah, it's okay. Alright. John will start heading towards the pinging. Actually, you know what? Moki would have had his full rest now.
I think the pinging is also just radio. I think it's just in your mind. I don't think it gives you direction.
It tells me where the alarm is set,
Okay.
because that's how the alarm spell works.
Okay, so you're saying you've got hundreds of individual alarms?
I would hear every single one.
Okay. Yeah, then. So the exact same exit point that your first invasion came from, not where the girl emerged from. So this side, you're hearing all of those same alarms set off, and you're hearing in what are probably rows of 5. So 5 alarms going off at the same time, and you hear 5 alarms going off at the same time for at least 30 seconds so far.
You'll look towards and call up a 7.
Wake up, Moki. I think we'll need you for this one.
Just one of the ghosts.
Yep.
It moves just through a wall, vanishes very quickly. Up into the kind of higher courtroom, you can see. And then you see 2 guards emerging. "We found the exit point just as Samantha walked out. There's more than 20. And there's a few that I think are dead dog monsters. Don't know they're big though, they're nearly 6 feet tall." Guys walk back outside.
I see. Undir, I hope you awaken soon. I may need you for this battle. If you'll take me once more as your master.
I'm dead.
Walk towards it and hope that the ghost wakes up Moki somehow.
You
Just, I mean, that would be up.
In about 15 seconds go by, or 2 more rounds, you emerge from the side where the soldiers emerge from, and you've still been here in the ring. So now that's basically 42 seconds of constant ring. Right, so, Jonathan, you are at the door.
Yep.
You walk out. You see the attacks are happening. You see the incursions beginning. First round, you sprint. Okay. I'm using the same initiatives as what we had last round, so with you are actually top on it.
I'm on my way.
That sounds pretty slow.
You have a giant fucking cathedral. It only takes 18 seconds for it to be working. Currently you're at 12.
Alright, John will look towards everything. How do I want to prep first?
So you're really only first step out the door, that's now the start of your turn.
Jonathan will begin to summon his spectral elves once more. Can't range anymore.
You see these giant hyena. These actually look very, very much like the one that Ray turned into an ally, but the dead versions. Where all of the white fuzz fur spines on their back have broken. The tails, which would have held these scorpions, are now just limp pieces of bone where you're assuming there probably was a much longer tail. But these hyenodons are very, very dead and have likely walked a very, very far distance across Brandgate to get where you are. From Turmish, which is the furthest point of Brandgate to get to you. If they are that far, or they've moved closer, you're not sure. They're definitely dead, they've moved. And all of the front line, which you notice is probably only close to 10 other gnolls, are dead. And are moving into attack you all. Also
10.
Oh, nat 18 and nat 9 still my first attacks.
Okay.
Ooh, that's bad.
They have 25 hand.
Okay.
Let's analyze it.
So you're feeling, generalizers are good. You feel about half of their HP. Each of them is taken out, -1. So 2 out of the 3 have lost half HP. So you're basically going down 12, let's say. You are now able to move up. You are feeling how much energy is left in those undead that you're controlling. And for Moki, you are woken by your daughter, who is not whimpering, but the word is frightfully, quietly pleading in your ear. Dad, there's a ghost. It's right in your face. Dad, wake up. Wake up, Dad. And you wake up.
Shoot open.
And there's this old bearded man, white, pouring energy out of his mouth, pouring out of his eyes.
He's trying to punch
falling behind him.
Fist goes right for
Just through the face and jaw, and you watch as the head kind of gets even closer before just you feel a faint cold chill as an undead ghost just passes through your body and down into the floor.
What do you want? Why did John send you?
He's gone. He went through your body in that assaulting way as you punched him and into the floor through the ground. You feel the cold chill.
John wants me. Ghost and okay, I need to go.
Is there a window in this room?
There is stained glass, you would say.
Stained glass.
Blue stained glass. You are on this side, so you emerge. Can you put yourself 20 feet? You can be anywhere from the edge of the green to the fastest. You're not even in the map area yet.
You're at level 2?
Let's say second story.
Second story?
The highest. You're high.
So these are
These spider climbs.
level 2 is where the living quarters are,
Yeah, so that would be that.
which are 400 feet up.
That's
Beautiful.
40 d6.
40, so you draw.
Okay.
Are you in there?
Which one?
The light strike.
Yes.
That's why I was like, oh shit.
You could have technically damaged the ghost when you launched it.
Burnt its jaw.
It's not a
It's a physical illusion.
There we go.
I think it's just a ghost, but it doesn't.
It's not season.
Sure.
Okay, I like jump out the window. I look at Benito, look at and I rage, and my legs thicken like tree trunks, and take minimum damage from fall. Yeah.
They're on that
We're all stammering.
You moved a total feet of 460.
Yeah, but he's like a giraffe right now physically. Like he's literally he stopped himself about 50 feet off the ground.
Impressive new record of
That is, yeah. Gravity plus just fucking horsepower, literally.
Run!
And
What's going on?
it's now followed by Jonathan's turn.
Perfectly. Here, I don't know why you destroyed a very expensive window, but I'm glad to see you.
You can eat it from the thing.
That's true.
But it was expensive.
The memories.
Right, it looks towards the
first line.
We're getting swarmed by around 45 undead.
No, they taste horrible. Fine.
It seems like the city will be harassed by them for a while. And incursions will come.
You notice not all of them are undead too. The ones further back don't look to be as mangled as the ones in the front. So you're guessing this is probably some sort of formation that they're attacking in, where it's like maybe undead first and then it's the real ones, but it's dark, it's really dark, and the only ambient light is the blue light that's back here. So there's like ambient blue light at the corner distance points of all of the like fencing, and then there's just like mostly darkness for all of the cemetery.
I want the ones with warm blood.
Alright, well, while you're doing that, look out for the necromancer. Normally a necromancer fights with their undead so they don't lose control.
I'll squish them.
That's what you think.
That's what I think. But if they don't, I'm just gonna take them all, because they're mine. Commander did one of the...
Oh, one of the big guys.
Yeah, what's intelligence?
It is 0 intelligence.
Yeah, okay, one exception. Alright,
So just one?
yep. Here you go.
Oh, your brother.
Alright. One solid attack. This dog has been hurt. Oh, not 20.
Holy shit.
Critical hit.
More your brother.
Yeah.
Rips off his head.
Just like immediately puts one paw on the undead other hyenodon's back and just reaches its head down and just bites the spine at the nape of the neck. Just inserts its hyena jaw into the nape of the neck and just hangs onto it. Obviously, this is going to slow that thing down, and then that's a good chunk of damage. And the undead get to go your undead front line is, oh man, that's crazy. You actually did the best thing too to get one of those guys. You notice this guy can curve around here, noticing that this is going this way, and will bite the back of him, and that will take off your last roll.
Yeah.
It is not, this guy did not have a lot of HP left because he got targeted. And then this guy and this guy are basically wailing on your dude. So make me 2 attacks. DC is 16 to hit this gnoll. Hyena dom, sorry, undead.
What's supposed to hit?
The gnolls.
Yeah. Wait, those are skull nose, right?
Yeah, these are your
Okay,
skulls.
misses. Okay, take 1 damage.
Okay. So they've not been wailing on that hard. Only your hyena dom, the critted, has been able to destroy its undead relative. You watch as the troops kind of just begin to swarm around it. I don't know why. I was going to replace this is troop, but I have the other guy. These are your 2 remainings, and now we will set the scene. Doesn't really matter. Not really matter. You notice most of these this time are visibly your gnolls, your big, furry, mangy dudes, and then there is nearly no sign of the tiny rat monsters that you notice were basically scurrying horizontally across the ground towards you last incursion. And then you notice from behind, including the one that you just possessed, there is a detonation in the ground. You have to do it, it's only a 10-foot radius. Yeah. For your hyena on maybe a reflex saving throw.
Alright, it's 10 plus whatever modifier now.
Reflex plus 2.
12.
Right. There is 2 successive cannon blasts that detonate, shoot soil and little bits of stones, cracked rubble towards everyone. But you notice there is 2 decent-sized smaller holes where these blasts were made. Both of the gnoll mangy dogs that you possessed are now gone. These 2 guys were not in the radius, so they survived. They didn't even need to make the save. But these 4 gnolls here at the back are decimated, and there's more rows of them, but the cannon blasts have basically begun to assail all of the current threats that are attacking from the back. Okay, so you see Moki just straight up assails the back row. Lands right in the kind of smallest, basically right at the edge of where that cannon blast detonated. You're just lucky, because Moki was mid-jump when that cannon blast.
And I'll use swift action to change my spirit form as my 4 legs finally split into 2 to become 8 legs, and I just rise up having spider legs.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that was discussed by the soldiers beforehand. Or you'd be a heretic. And I can't even push you on the map because we're hitting the back row basically.
Do you want another tile?
No, it's okay. It's alright. This is all manageable. You are literally surrounded. You made yourself basically land on one. Let's say that.
That's fine. I'm completely fine with this. Any of them, the gnolls around me, alive? Not undead.
Actually, yeah, it looks like most of them are. The cannon blasts probably took out a good chunk of what you assume was the front row, which were definitely undead. And then, Moki, you also see scuttling underneath the legs of these bigger gnolls, like basically hidden amongst them, are these little rat creatures that are about 3 feet tall. You smash your claw paw into the ground right beside its head, and you see its head has just moved aside enough. It is swiveled its body 2 or 3 degrees just so it misses you.
My mouth extends into a more. And that's the end of my turn.
Barrel? Interesting. Alright, Felix. Jonathan's turn.
Jonathan seeing Moki go fucking balls deep into the
Smash out of the building, launch onto a dog.
Jonathan starts to
Assail the dog.
say a command. I don't know if I wish. As one of his ghostly hands reaches for Moki, Yes, powers is right.
Yes, and my spell resistance is now 22.
Oh, fuck.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on.
It's not good.
I'm raging. That's actually higher. It is 26.
So I shouldn't buff you.
No, you should have fucked him.
Never ever interacted with him.
Never interacted with ever.
Or he has fucked the bag.
So wait, is it by...
Can healing spells heal you?
Healing spells get passed.
Okay, they can.
Okay, so by choice I can't buff you?
Yeah, you know, I love it.
I wanted to make you the Juggernaut.
You could try.
The downside of it was that it's everything.
What does spell resistance? You spell resistance normally work into this? Because it has to. No, it's a spell.
It did with Grox. Because Grox was a
a
regenerative.
spell resistance tag, and if it says no, then it's a good pass it.
Yeah, because like Infernal Healing.
Oh wait, this doesn't have a spell resistance tag.
Just say.
Well, I'll let you read it. But
It'll say no.
I don't see it there.
It'll say spell resistance no on the top.
I don't see spell resistance on it. So you can say no or not if you want.
I don't think it does.
Yeah, cool, so I can give it to you. Alright.
Give it to him.
When buff go through.
By the morning of this day, I invoke the curse of the Juggernaut to be upon you. As Jonathan will touch you, you get Deadly Juggernaut. Every time you get a kill, you get +2 DR. +2 DR, +1 to all melee attacks, +1 to strength, +1 to strength checks.
My flesh fucking twitches and my AC increases by 2.
Okay, so 19. Okay, so after how many? How did you just do that instantaneously? Does the first one bite you, or what does this mean?
I'll do it from all the next attacks. Let's go for it.
So after the first round of attacks, one goes off, so you only take 9 points of damage from that, and then the 19 activates, but it would have hit anyway. So, but I rolled pretty rough on the first 3 attacks. So luckily that third was low damage roll in total. I'm just gonna roll it all so I can save us all that time. This is gonna be bad. That's pretty good. I gotta negate that. 6. So that's 46 damage just on the claws.
46 damage.
And you also have 9 bite attacks now I'm doing.
Okay.
And then-
Okie dokie.
And that's including a crit.
What next spell I'm using?
Okay, the lowest I rolled for the bite, I think just hits. That's a 9.
Oh wait, the spell is
19, yeah, 19.
And
You watch as, at the end of this round, Heron lands and decimates one of your gnolls, but also one of these gnolls. Just like ignites the ground, becomes a little bonfire pillar. And Heron also hit. You hear Jonathan and Moki. Imric is not far behind me. Ray is still on the dragon. We are here. What's wrong? By the way, Ray, you are only 1 full round out. So at the start of next round, I push into initiative.
nice.
This is now the end, with Heron in the bottom of initiative. For top of the round, Caden, Moki starting with you, followed by John.
Okay.
Actually, do you want me initiative right now? Sure.
I'm going to go to my full height. Be my power. Everyone 30 feet. Everyone 30 feet. Nice. I heal at the end of my turn. Okay, that's. I will roll the Mortal Blaze, which is. Are these all medium creatures?
Mm-hmm.
Nice, I get a bonus.
All means. All of the mediums.
Wow, you're rolling pretty bad. 26. And the DC for them is 10 plus a hit die plus a wisdom modifier. Or did I say 26? I meant 36.
Yeah, they come in. They're all demoralized.
Let's do that.
The biggest looking one was the one I was hitting, right?
Yeah, he's one of the biggest for sure, yeah. They're all kind of big, but him on the ground isn't giving you a good perspective because they're now all biting into you.
Because one of them failed to demoralize, I will heal myself 9 HP.
Literally, how's that thing?
And
I can see this, thank goodness. I'm not going to hide the literal gangbang happening.
as my attack rolls, damage, and fortitude increases by 7 for 1 round. Yeah.
7 for 1 round.
Okay, I probably didn't need it, but it's still anyway. It has a plus 25, 31 to hit.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't say I was doing any of the special shit, so I weren't doing any of it. Go up to
These have not been damaged so far.
Yeah. That is 5 plus 3, 4, 7, 8, plus 16, 8 plus 16, 24. 24 damage.
Okay.
And 2 bleed.
Okay. So you stab it.
Just in the stomach. And rip out his intestines.
So you don't pull out intestines, so you rip out a huge chunk of stomach and basically leather that's covering his chest.
Damn it.
And but no, there's you can see visibly there's like pulsing bloody skin that you've ripped a chunk of guard out of, basically. And you see as you've ripped it, and it's now heavily bleeding. It's not spurting, it's just bleeding heavily. You hear the gnolls. They're all starting to make a horrible mockery, laughing, gurgling battle sound that you're assuming that these things have you've heard with Brock and with the rest of them in church. This is not a dissimilar noise to them that they think that they've won. And this is kind of a victory sound right before your party would assail them.
Yeah, but they're stubborn.
Steal those dogs.
Jonathan will walk up, lining up for the cone attack. That's 60 feet. Cone. I think that hits everyone.
I got a 30 feet cone. You just double it.
That, and then, yeah, we'll hit it. We're checking that.
Yeah.
Cool.
And Moki though, unless you get to pick.
Moki has too much of a
Spell defense?
Yeah. It's, I can barely beat it.
Okay.
However, if I overcome it, I get 10 hit points.
I think you can just overcome it, right? With like a 19 or 20? 26.
No.
I thought you got +6 now.
What's your level?
Oh, it's level. You're right. It's +9 now. You're right. I could overcome it if I get really high. But it doesn't. You know what? I'll roll for bonuses, but I don't think it matters. Yeah. Yeah, I failed. That's a 24. So it doesn't affect him. He's immune.
But everyone else.
Everyone else makes a will save.
Is this against charm or fear?
No, this is damage. As from Jonathan's arms, black harrowing spirits start to fly through and starts devouring their flesh.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so these gnolls have a will save of +1.
Oh, boy, it's 19.
So I have to get 18 or higher. And I'm rolling for 15 of them. 1 success. 2 successes.
Great. It's off damage if they succeed.
2 successes.
Oh boy, they're really good. It's a lot.
I rolled 2 crits, that's the only reason they succeed.
Oh shit, alright.
Yeah,
17 damage to everything.
Okay.
Halved if they succeed.
Okay, so you see the gnolls that were fully mocking Moki's attack to kind of gut one of the... You see that one that was bleeding heavily and mocking him, now suddenly his chest and stomach kind of slightly begins to burst with more blood. And you see that mockery, laughing kind of mostly stops as they have all sustained, you know, not half of their HP in loss, but like, you know, a third. They're all starting to... I'm going to say that it's going to be there by the end of the turn with Ray on his back.
Shit, Ray.
Ray's arrived. He's arrived, but won't stay.
Thank God.
Stay.
The heroes arrived.
We need a hero.
Heroes too far away.
Precarious as fuck. We continue. We move into the next round of cannon fire. which peppers Moki,
Go ahead.
which peppers Heron, and peppers one. Nope, these are all far back enough, and I gave the Heron's back. So just make a DC 18 reflex save for me. Good. 3 times.
Oh. This is the trick magic, is it?
Oh.
Cool. I need to roll 12 3 times. Okay, first roll. I fail. Second roll. I fail. Third roll.
It's definitely wrong. 132 damage, which is then halved because of your thing.
That half to.
So halves to 66.
Still fine.
Okay.
And that is
Okay.
not before the gnolls go. Now the gnolls, that was just the cannons.
And the gnolls there.
Yes. A large portion of the gnolls are dead. However, the 30, this is 15, not 30. So yeah, basically all of these guys are gone because of the pepper.
Is the one bleeding dead? Or
Yes, he's dead. Definitely dead now.
Yeah.
Your guy, your gnoll that was in the cannon blast radius is also gone.
That's fine.
Alright. Rat monsters are gone. Position-wise, now all of the army are trying
Let
to
me just
range.
double check. I think probably Juggernaut you need to kill.
You probably do.
Yes, he is.
Now all of these gnolls that are going to be attacking you, which they can't attack that many, and Moki's, they have to run up, so they're not that close. They have to get within 30 feet, so they use the movement action, which means they've got one attack each, which means that only these two actually succeeded, and they're very low, but they're still alive.
Yeah.
Actually, no, they're not doing 162 dollars. Is enough. They only got to by 2.
Okay.
1 F 150.
Whose turn is it now?
Cannons go, dogs have just gone, soldiers now get to go, but they are staying back because the cannons are doing the job and Moki's in the center, so they're just picking off the ones right at the edge here. So they can't like get in the line of fire of the cannons, and the cannons seem to at least know where the tradition soldiers are because of all that fire.
I don't even run away. We can go attack opportunity.
You get 7 attacks of opportunity. You're not 9 anymore, that's the good thing.
If you kill one of them, you get DR2. If you kill 2 of them, you get DR4.
You currently also, the one that you gutted, now is dead in front of you and has been blown to bits.
If you kill 5 of them, you get DR10.
Karen gets to go, and
he's actually
you
20.
cast a bonfire of fire on this corner and just delete these two, because I want to do things quick.
The bonfires? Holy shit.
This is now, it's actually
It's 5
Fist of Fire, which is an SU ability that he has. Tradition gets to go after Heron, so they start to trim away, but it's not enough damage to kill, it's just heavily maiming the gnolls closest to them. Followed now by Ray. And Ray, you are this far away, the dragon has pulled you this far, there's no one else with you, Cicero flew off with Heron, but now he's not with Heron. And you are only basically exactly 30 feet away off the dragon from your neighbor.
I am going to jump off and use an ability that I have recently gained. Surrounding me, it looks like water has apparated as I'm running through the environment, the air, much smoother and quicker, more agile than I would usually. I run 30, 40 feet swiping at this guy right here and this guy right here. So 2 attacks, go like 40, 50 feet.
I mean, AC 17, don't worry about hitting. Unless you roll on that one, I guess that's worth rolling for.
Could crit. I don't crit. I roll a nat 2. I don't crit, but...
Okay.
The guy closest to Moki, he will take 27 damage.
Okay, that is only just enough to kill him. That is, he took 20 points of damage and 27, puts him at 47, which is lethal, he is dead. Goodness.
And the other guy, he takes a little bit more at 32 damage.
Puts him at 47, which is lethal, he is dead. Goodness.
And the other guy, he takes a little bit more at 32 damage.
Okay, so not killed, but you split through parts of the gut, and you, unlike what you tried to do, you just reveal intestinal organs that just half spill out and get caught on its pieces of armor. You can see you can actually see like what is probably infant heads of some kind that are like tied to this gnoll's waist. just hanging there as little trophies. Most of these gnolls have weird little bone ornamental trophies pieces across their bodies. And you're like at that level where you can see these heads hung mouths wide. And then you notice that these dogs hadn't even perceived you, hadn't perceived the dragon, hadn't cared. So now you notice they're mauling Moki, and you can see there's literal tons of brown skin that you know is Moki's like brown horsehide. Literally strips of it that are just laying across the shoulders of other gnolls. They've just been ripped off and flung against the kind of crowd. They've mosh pitted him brutally. Well,
That is my turn.
Back to the top around, Moki.
Nearest corpse on the ground, I gobbled up. I gobble a corpse to heal
There is
myself.
one corpse now.
I gobble it up. I don't get out 0 corpse.
Now 0 corpse. And you think these gnolls, or maybe any other creature, would be genuinely intimidated. These gnolls do not seem to care about eating brethren. Maybe it is that sweet family-loving gnoll energy.
Finger-licking.
Finger-licking dog.
I heal 33 HP. Now I'm at 32 total HP.
No longer insane. You're not allowed.
Alright. Dragon will run up.
Easily,
I didn't want to attack because
it's used to movement action, and it's a dragon. Undead.
Well, actually, that's only if it's a zombie. But
Oh, okay.
zombies are slower. This one
This
can
is
be
the blood aura, right? The blood
Oh,
zombie?
this is a bloody skeleton.
Yeah, blood stuff.
It's not a zombie. Doesn't have flash. Maybe he's not.
Little bits of muscle for the blood reasons.
Just a died red skeleton. Alright, that's my crit.
Say specialist mode.
Alright, 12 damage to a gnoll as the dragon maws it.
Okay, that was the one that Ray fucking attacked, and it actually did 30. Was it 32? 37? 32. That is enough. Ripping through its back and just rips up and takes it out of the battle.
Can I take a 5-foot step off the recent action and do a type?
No, only move.
Okay, let's see. Alright, that's turn. That zombie's dead. The other all his zombies are dead.
You know a cannon blast is about to hit too.
Another cannon blast about to hit. I can weaken the herd again. I'll run out of 4,000.
Yeah, you know that the cannons, if they keep hitting groups like this, they will just decimate without need for
Alright.
special attacks.
I can't heal because I'll heal. I can just. If I move here, I'll accidentally heal that. No. Alright. Jonathan immediately seeing that Murky is going to get.
If you have supernatural healing, because my spell resistance.
Yeah, I do. So that's really He slides across the top of this. He walks over here.
Slides over the head of a gnome. Just.
He's like 5 foot step back.
You just
hit
hit
him.
one gnoll and every.
Yeah, I hit everyone else.
I mean, you don't hit Samantha either. I mean,
Plus 7 on the for 1 round, so assuming.
Okay, so 12 HP to everything.
okay.
Max, how much? 17?
12.
12, how many dice?
Plus your bonus. Awful.
And it was supernatural, so.
Yes.
Well,
Channel divinity is supernatural.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Jonathan raises the dagger once more.
22.
Farina!
15.
As the burst of white light blesses everybody.
That's against my plan, because
You hear Samantha say, Jonathan, conserve your energy. This cord could last longer. And just trying to stab into the nearest one. Take cover, quickly! You hear. The gnolls actually get to go off before these cannons hit, but. Forward. This one isn't. So Moki now, because there's enough tradition in front, Moki's only getting 2 attacks on him.
I can survive that. I have 62 HP now.
And 2 of them are going to sprint away, but they only have 1 attack. And 2 of them only move 5 feet, so they get their full round. Moki. Alright, for Moki.
I increased my AC by 3, so now it's 20 again.
It's 19 or 20.
20, I forgot to include the +1 to 8.
Tradition!
That was silly.
You're silly. Was it 16 total?
16 total.
Oh, that's nice you say something
Just
about
attacks,
you that gets rid of us, my family awesome.
You watch Jonathan as two have gone around the corner and have broke flank and are now making their way towards you past the knights.
That's true.
So these knights aren't even attacking yet, they've just been holding a defensive stance while Moki's been taking brunt damage. In fact, actually,
My whole my stomach is like half the size now.
yep, for sure. As you're still getting just parts of you ripped off by claws and bite marks just taking chunks out of you. They're not cackling anymore, they're all just this feral sound of ripping and tearing of flesh that is still very, very, very juicy.
There are any diseases afterward, Barrett did.
No, the rats do, but you haven't been hit by the rat bites.
Okay.
Ray, quickly use your style third form of the hurricane.
The first form.
Maybe I'll hit everyone.
Oh, that's gonna happen in a second.
Here it goes. On two, you're going to attacking right from behind, get obliterated by fire.
It's a winding river.
Traditions get to go. Samantha does not get killed by herself, but she does help kill one.
Fuck you, Samantha.
And then only two gnolls so far have died. The inheritance
leader
two.
of the knights.
One of the leaders. You're not sure about how this order is structured. 3, 4, or just 1, 2, 3 if you want to do that line shot. But
You're right, it is perfectly.
Yeah. You just need to dodge Samantha, but you can choose.
Well, I mean, if I.
Oh, and by the way, cannons instead, you were expecting them to hit the front line, including Ray. They go and they blow up some of the back rollers.
Oh, there's more in the back.
There's some more.
Is this just random ally?
Yes, ally.
Okay.
So you can get in flank with him by 1 5-foot step, or you can.
How many all join like out
And I
from that
missed
range
this guy.
around?
Quick haste.
5?
No, it's just
Upwards
it's
of
a
10,
logical
yeah.
problem.
Okay, wow. We have to kill 10 around guys, which we kind of clarify.
I mean, he counted to 25, and you've only killed about 25.
Oh yeah, there's no way. So this is.
And most of them have been cannon kills.
Yeah, that's right.
Just remember there's more enemies here that are coming.
Oh right.
Look
Okay.
out where your head is.
Oh, so we're gonna be in the fight anyway.
Maybe another 10 to 15 that you've found ahead of you.
Never mind. We're doing something different. Okay. I actually will haste, and then I think I get 3 attacks
Yes, you
total.
do.
Cool.
Maybe I should give you Deadly Juggernaut instead.
Yeah, definitely. Should have given that to
Well, he wasn't there for
Yeah,
one
yeah.
round before when he did it.
It's a constant Psychopomp.
No, it's like 5. It's 5.
I mean, it's not bad.
Can you do it again?
It's not bad.
I can do it again.
I don't know what this thing is. So let's roll. 15 to 20.
Pop off.
So these gnolls have a 17 AC.
Okay, crit confirm. I don't think I can really fail crit confirm, so I don't know.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I have a +5 to crit confirms.
You roll that one. He fails.
Hey,
That would literally
yeah,
be
that's
fail.
shut up.
You're a
I don't want to hear it from you.
Why me specifically? What the fuck? So if Felix said it, it's okay.
Yeah, no, Felix is great. Felix is fine. And
Felix was given the N-word faster. I
Okay.
can't say anything.
Definitely wasn't.
which one of these?
Don't say that.
Which one of these is the? Are they all like the same health, really?
It seems to be
Cool. So I'll do it linearly. So this one is the first one, which was just a hit, crit, hit.
Okay, that's one.
I only crit one.
Okay.
102 damage for one hit.
Jump for your last one.
Okay, didn't roll any this time.
He's fucking washed. Get rid of him.
Retire. Roll match damage. What a move.
28 damage.
28. So you do not kill the last one, but you completely sashimi the middle one directly in front of both. One line.
I will kill it. I will do a full action attack and fucking the fucking go mad on it.
We're gonna go mad on it.
With my natural weapons. 3 attacks. Do they kill my full attack? So, oh, you're cool.
Oh, it's a secondary. Then they get like just.
No, primary, because I don't have 15 damage. No, I have to roll the actual dice. No, my plus.
Look at who's half his rank.
That's fine. 5 plus 16, 21 damage.
Big.
Second attack.
Okay, as you are ready to do a second attack, you killed it.
Nice.
So your full round action is just a 1 round
Yeah, action.
attack.
Okay.
2DR.
Yeah, 2d.
Yeah.
One.
And you've still got a full movement action you can do, or
Deadly Juggernaut gets more deadly.
So, some of its power, its life force enters Moki's body.
Oh, yes.
Then Moki wants to eat it, you can do it.
My blood just sort of like suits flat on it, gets sucked back into me as my thoughts feeling also this guy too. Well, was that still my full action or just stand action?
Just a standard.
Okay.
You want to attack?
I guess I'm preparing for the next wave of enemies.
Do you have any luck bonuses?
No, I don't have any luck.
Oh, good. Okay, let's consider luck.
That's good. Good for their stack.
That's it, Pathfinder.
It is.
Well, a little.
I will.
It's more conditional.
No, there's not much I can do to go out and wait for the next round.
So you can
So
move forward or...
I did the cannon fire. I can't really do that.
Here.
Yeah, there's 2 more alive, technically 3, including the rat monster to your right.
Oh.
You are 10 feet away from entering there.
5 foot step and continue.
Yeah.
No. Like,
Are they
he's
all
right
10 feet
here.
away?
Yeah, they are, literally. She's blocking you from being within 10 feet.
Yeah, okay.
The dragon will run up, will walk up to these things. As he'll try to. So wait, could take a 5 foot step and then he has reach, 10 foot reach.
Yep, you could easily take a 5 foot step.
5 foot steps and it will just fucking go ham on the small one because they're like.
Rat, all of them seem to just be heading in this way and haven't been stopped by anyone that's met them.
Alright. Let's just hit it with, I don't know, attacks. John will move his giant hand, touch Ray.
Okay.
As John will go, I bestow the curse of the deadly juggernaut once more in this morning dawn. Alright. You see deadly juggernaut?
The blue energy of the lanterns goes right around you, and then suddenly you feel like
You're possessed.
death energy is possessing you, yeah?
Oh my god.
I feel like
It takes but yeah.
kill John.
It feels like a hidden energy that's somehow tucked inside of you and not yet revealed.
Yeah.
But you feel something. Laid like an egg.
Like you kind of.
I've seen this movie before.
Good, kill your chest.
He died.
Alright, as Jonathan will start running towards this rat, he looks at this lady who hasn't moved. This whole time.
Where?
No.
Oh, no, that's a guy. That's Kate.
Okay, get me out of the way, Jonathan.
Gets up here. Death is an old man, but he's good.
Okay, I thought he was just busy looking at the rat.
No. In fact, look, it makes almost sense. He would have been in the front row, but because I left him here the whole time, I'm just going to say he's now going to attack the rat as well.
Okay.
He's waiting for it. Come here, you bastard! Swing. Retirement doesn't suit me. Jordan, your turn.
Yeah, that's everything.
Gnolls assail onto Moki, and the gnolls that weren't being attacked assail the back of the squad. Like Moki, he's on move. 30 feet sprint. Dead man. Oh,
That's free.
So Moki, just so you know, you've got at least 3 blocks around you. So if you want to use your action to eat, you can do that.
Okay.
Dash action, and he will choose a movement. So you have 4 one single attacks against you, and Ray has 1.
Yeah, remember that he has DR2 now.
I don't have to remember that. He can just take the damage off.
Yeah, that's for every single attack.
Yeah, so okay, remember you've got DM2.
Okay.
So Ray, I miss with a 10. I rolled a bit bad. For Moki, 4 attacks, all bites.
Okay, so -8 from
11 misses, 24 hits.
so 1 hit.
Not 1 misses, and for the 4th, 12, 20.
That just hits.
Okay, so just 2. Just 2. Plus. Well, I rolled a 1 and a 4 on the damage, so that is 12, 16, sorry, 17 points of piercing damage.
From both attacks.
From both successful bites, it just snaps into your separate shoulders, pulling the flesh out.
13 damage with my DR.
True, -4 to that.
And they have 5 Wait. 38.
Alright, you hear as around you the Perdition soldiers are fighting back some of these guys. You also now hear the cannon blasts again, and then you hear Heron say, I don't know where Emmerich is, he was supposed to be here. Fucking idiot! And you see Heron say, we're about to be assailed by cannons! Flies into the sky.
And flies into cannon fire.
Just directly into the ball. Just pins him against some tanks out of the sky.
See, for little times this wouldn't work.
Okay. I'm sure he gets rid of the broken board.
Okay, you
I'm surrounded on it.
and you hear cannon blasts pepper. You make one DC 18 reflex save.
Okay, let's do this. Get a 12, please. Natural 20.
Why do you go rid of this man?
So 42 half, so 21.
21. I'm gonna half that again.
And you've got DR, so -2 from that.
Oh, that's right. So 19 to 7.
So,
No, 8.
yeah, 9.
9. Alright. 29.
42 down to 9 points of damage as all of them all raising their 2. Make me one DC 18 reflex saving throw. That's good.
Nat 18.
Not 18. So half of 42, 21 points of concussive shrapnel damage as you are hit by a boulder of force that detonates the ground around you, and that's most of the damage that hits you. It's the stone floor around you, uprooting dirt and soil, and also stone into your body. And most of these knolls directly in front of you are just shrapnels into pieces, but not the ones that are directly in front of the main group and directly either side of Moki. Facing this one.
Okay.
And it makes Samantha roll. No! It makes Samantha roll.
Alright, no, Samantha's gonna fucking die.
Roll 3.
He's dead.
So she is blown back at the and no, she is very, very close to dying. She's fine. She's fine. They have 90 HP and she's already taken 30 points of damage. So, so she got less than 20. However, we move into Ray's turn.
Are there still like 50 approaching us?
There's about, I think, about 8 visible. It's basically a fence line that they're piled bodies onto, like World War Z, and they're climbing over.
Oh, but there's only 2, 3 remaining.
Yeah, plus the ones back here as well, which have seemingly flanked.
Okay, that's fine. We can take them. Going back into this very fluidic water movement.
So cool. I meant that literally.
The seas of your home.
I will slice this guy and maneuver myself at the end. Actually, I'll just stay around here. So, first guy did not crit. Second guy crit. And yeah, confirm the crit. So, this guy got the crit.
Okay.
Hopefully it wasn't base regenerate. This one's a crit.
And your +1 damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, 25, 99, 30, 31 times 2. 93 damage to this guy right here.
Completely shredded.
+1 now? Damage and attack rolls?
I already have that.
Plus 2 DR now.
But it increases every time.
Every time you kill, it stacks to 5.
This is spell. It's getting nuts.
Meaning once you get 5 kills, it counts.
Okay,
So that means 10 DR.
26,
Okay.
27, 28, 29 damage to this guy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, someone that was assailed by some amount of the
That's plus 3.
conditions attack.
Jesus Christ.
What's the increases?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus.
So Ray's now got the 2, so
Plus 2 DO?
Yeah, +2 DR every
That's
single
yeah, that's
kill.
also 10.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And 10, you're basically invincible now. You're a fucking monster.
And that's my turn. I'm maneuvering myself over here because I get 60 feet of movement speed. Preparing for the next 8 or whatever.
So far it's 8 jumped over, and now with the top of the round, Moki's starting, you're noticing there's probably only so far 10 that have climbed their way out, and they look to be somewhat the slowest. Like you can see one of them that's hit the ground and is walking towards you, walking with like a thick heavy limp where it's like rocking heavily from side to side, but it's walking
So
forward.
because they're injured, don't get that fucking massive.
Seemingly, yeah, maybe just because they're injured. Moki, does your turn followed by Strong?
That knoll behind me, is that what?
Yeah, there's two. There's a rat monster and then there's a knoll. Directly
Can I
behind you.
5 foot step towards him, do I have to move?
Yes, you can.
I will 5 foot step.
You're technically like right in the way.
Technically in with them.
No, the Perdition soldiers, it was basically blocking you from being within 5 feet. But yeah, 5 foot 7.
I'm large, I can just like burst sort of over them. Yeah, spider legs. I will do a full action attack. I'll get them. I shall start with the rat monster.
Oh god.
Okay, let's do this. This is.
Okay, the rat monster is not within 5 feet of you.
No, okay.
No, just a knoll.
No, I'm using this great axe, which is breaking in my hands as we speak. Just 2 attacks. Okay, let's do this.
Formation.
Yes. I use the natural attack as well?
You can.
Sure.
Just everything because of
That work. Okay, that's a 19 plus a lot, 17. That hits 20, 30.
It's a 17 AC creature. As long as you don't roll 1, you probably.
Yeah, I hit then. 3d6 damage. I will see if I kill it once it's hit. 1, 6, 7. Plus another 1 plus 6. 14. And another 11, 25 damage.
25 damage.
Do I have to hit again?
On just the one hit.
Yes.
No. It is heavily gorged by your attack. Your weapon, you can hear the little wood pieces inside of it start to like splinter as if your weapon itself is slowly destroying itself.
I'll attack again. So
You
this
see it as fine.
will be a vital strike. Power attack. Let's do this. Okay, that's the worst roll.
Right, John?
I heal it.
You're noticing that there's only 10 more that are jumping over the fence line amongst a 300-foot field of just bodies.
That rat probably dealt with.
Has already started fighting. Oh, you mean this one with the...
Yeah, that rat probably dealt with that guy. He's like a back captain. He's got this.
You see, yeah, the giant meaty rat monster has just jumped onto the front of this knight and it's just started basically grappling the top of his body. And you can see the knight's holding him off like a full armored older man would do, but it's a battle.
John looks towards the dragon. He nods to it. It runs through towards this group.
Just straight to like block off.
Just a charge as it will make 1 claw attack against the first null.
Okay,
And just charges into them.
go for it.
Because it doesn't get the trample ability that it had as a dragon.
You guys are doing so well. It's fine.
That's really bad, but it still hits because its modifier is insane.
That's right, yep. Probably some damage.
15. Not bad.
Okay. Yeah, there's a third of their HP, and you crush one of its feet, slicing at it. Just like scooping the ground with the dragon's wing, it just kind of takes out the path ahead of it. And you're noticing that there's only about 4 that are within the dragon's reach. The other 6-ish that you've noticed are still kind of descending off the high pit wall from your cathedral.
Well, they're all the way back in. John will take the move action to get closer to Samantha.
Beautiful.
He'll... I think I have potions.
Good. Ooh. Wait, I've got one. She's not dead, no.
Do you have potion again? Cool. Alright, I can't give it to her, but let's just say for levity, I take out a potion of healing, and she can take it off me. Cool, let's do.
Yeah, well, it's going to turn after the knolls, and the knolls, there's no one here. This rat monster is just assailing the back, and these guys turn around and they just fucking gouge this thing. They attack it 3 different ways, and
46 times.
And you see Heron says, "Alright, I don't think that this is what?" And then you hear, and you see where the dragon was kind of carving a path out in front of to block off. You see the 10 remaining are just assailed by cannon fire. and you see that there's only 2 that are remaining out of the entire remains, and they are 300 feet away from you. So, well and truly within the next 2 rounds. Sorry, I'll just say 3. It's going to make it fun. They all move up 90 feet. 120 feet with that sprint. That's the turn. Traditions, stab, destroy this little guy. This one is still battling him, but is looking like he's winning. He's gonna take the fire path.
He gets 50 diseases.
Yeah, well, this knight might be not worth bringing back into the cathedral after this fight. Too many STIs. You watch as the kind of campfire just smokes the last of these, and you kind of leave combat, but there are 3 more that are running in as kind of like a late ambush, and then you notice that 2 of them just straight up turn around. There's one just like, and then basically gets within 30 feet of you, and as that's the first moment he glances back, and then you get this, and you see the Tradition Knights are just not caring, just walking forward, looking like they're holding their weapons, beginning to ignite. You're noticing that the tide is well and truly moved, and that this fight, unless there are more coming, is probably over.
The dragon will kill the rest.
The Tradition Knights are walking up, and the dragon just like wind slams them into the ground, and their bodies are just compressed and crushed. Ray, you turn around after the dragon has just spent slamming the wing down, crushing the remaining few that were walking closer. You end your rage. Moki's 8 spider legs contract back into 4. You hear the actual beating of basically metal on bone as most of these Tradition Knights are making sure these things are dead by crushing their skulls either with their boot or with their certain bludgeoning weapons. You're able to return to parts of the group, or do you want to try and scout ahead? That's right.
Is there a particular direction we were going? This way?
They were all coming from this way, both waves.
Okay.
As you've only just heard another soldier say, we did well to survive the second wave, and you're gathering that it's all coming from this one direction, although no one said specifically, other than the fact that you've seen what is basically mangled bodies inside of the metal gridded fence of Jonathan's perimeter. There are bodies that are, you're assuming undead, because the first row to attack were undead, and you're assuming that those bodies in the fence wall are probably still alive, just undead, squished. Which you can see Heron is flying over and not taking any notice of, and no other traditions seem to be going towards the gate.
Okay, wait, where's the dragonfly?
The dragon is, where's the dragonfly?
The dragon just went up to the fleet, and he just stealthed them up, and he just stays there.
He just stays.
Oh.
So it's not dark.
Stealth mode just flies.
Now they see a high volume then. What does it look like?
Yeah. I'll probably do maybe 10 minutes of exploring in this direction, and then I'll head back. If that's not even more than enough.
Oh yeah, I mean it basically takes you all of 2 minutes just to walk to the perimeter. Because it's weirdly 500 feet wide from where the temple is to where the perimeter fence is. And then you're noticing undead that are fully mutilated into and have been stood on so many times that their bodies have been squished into the fence.
I just jump for it.
And Jonathan has been having this incessant ringing in his brain, just going off and off and off and continuously. Even still, even though the undead swarms have stopped, Jonathan is still suffering from a migraine that has. You could easily take 2 hours just to clean yourself up from walking in the swamp for over 6 hours, but if you don't want to do your pants on, okay. So enough mud to cover any crotch region visible, you think? You are set into the edge of the cliff, and you have to kind of butt scoot your way down a little bit. The actual muck that has been on your feet, has been on your lower half this entire time, has made climbing any cliff space slightly more arduous, slightly for you, but most people would find this very difficult. And it takes you about all of 5 minutes to descend about 150 feet to what is a much deeper, from the side that you hit this cliff from in the swamp. This is a much deeper side of basically a hillside valley attached to the edge of a mountain. And you walk bare ass, muck covered into the water. You submerge and you feel it is surprisingly cool for how hot this whole area closer to the equator has been. Compared to Kings Bay, which is temperate and tropical, but this is just slightly hotter, just slightly. And it's in the hottest seasons for right now. You swim until the sound of the waterfall becomes distant enough. You have a strange feeling that there is the calmness of the water does not feel like the final challenge. Does not feel like, after everything you've gone through so far, the very kind of medium difficulty challenges that you've been able to observantly avoid rather than disable. Yeah. This looks like an inevitable push against something, and you feel weak. You feel like you have not had enough energy in you to face any great monster. But you're fighting, and then you feel like a type of current does begin to pick up as you swim about 100 feet offshore. 100 feet offshore, suddenly you start to feel a current pushing against you. I need you to make me a swim check. Swim. 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 Swim.
Keep forward. Keep forward. 16.
15 was your DC. So you swim through rough waters. You feel at moments you're able to kind of like dive underneath without going very deep below the surface of the water, just to take away from those weird, basically water currents that are staying close to the surface. You move 300 feet, 400 feet, 500 feet. Now you're close enough to notice that stick is maybe close to 7-ish feet long. Got weird curved points, so it's definitely a wood that matches many of the pine trees and willow trees that are around here, very dark brown. But you're also noticing, and it's not just a reflection of water, which you're now enough out. For Oscar, it was technically, for Oscar's situation, this is one day ahead of where the party is, but you have been in the deepest part of the night, now exiting that and seeing a faint bit of light on the skyline. You actually notice from the faint remnants of probably moonlight, there is smoke that does not obscure it enough. There is some sort of metal on that branch that's floating in the middle of the water. There is some faint reflective metal glint, which your eye almost gets, which hits directly one of your eyes, so glancing away, but you are aware metal and wood, 90%, if not 99% wood. Something on there is metal. And then you're within about 100 feet of it. You're entering about 650 feet of traveling out from where the shore is.
Sure.
It's over 1,000 foot wide lake. Well and truly over 1,000 foot wide lake. Probably close to 2.5. And you get to see what is so beautiful. You're genuinely shocked in your moment of exertion. Your head has been down and then up quickly just to take those breaths, just to push hard against a current that didn't feel natural. Notice there are 2 little black dots swimming around the head or the kind of body of this stick. You notice that they're moving in almost reverse motion to each other. You're about just under 100 feet away from them now. The stick and what looks like 2 small black almost pebble-sized objects that are slowly moving around his stick. You keep getting closer.
Travel over a bit.
Okay.
That seems strange. Let's take another deep breath and just start to let his body sink. Try to see if we can get a picture.
Below. You sink maybe 20 or 30 feet down. You feel you're able to keep going further, and you can. You open your eyes underwater. Open your eyes. That Razimir said to not look at these creatures underwater, or you'll be paralyzed or something, or fall asleep or something like that. So when you look up and you notice where the shape of what maybe even to you looks, now that you're underneath it and a lot closer, it does kind of look like a staff. It's got a curled head on one side, a kind of a natural branch look towards the back. But there are two very, very small. Now that you're close enough, they are 100% baby turtles. Two of them. And you watch as you've gone down 30 feet. You watch as they are slowly, in a kind of reverse helix, going down to kind of slightly follow you down as you swim. Like they are in pattern directly underneath the staff, just spiraling down.
Back to the surface.
One solid motion, and you're up. Break the water surface.
Slowly start to
Okay.
keep sound.
You head above the water, and even as you look down into the water slightly, you notice that those two turtles are reverse helixing back up, spinning, and they are still only wrapping around the staff in terms of proximity. They are just staying within kind of a 10-foot wide berth. And then you get within about 30 feet. And you notice that swimming pattern as they circle, basically now touching the surface. They spin around, maybe the 50th time you've seen, and then they form a parallel line, and then just hunt head straight. Their heads not breaking the water surface, but they begin to just swim towards you, wrapping kind of around. They are 30 feet away from you now, and only just 10 feet away from the staff. You're about 40 feet away total.
How away?
Okay. You feel, as they get closer, and they get within 10 feet, and you start to notice the entire water in about a 20-foot wide area around you is like vibrating. Like it's having these, you're feeling against your skin these singular laps of water about every second. And those turtles aren't causing this, but you're noticing it's weird, like there's a vibration affecting the water because you're seeing the water starts to kind of truly vibrate, not making shapes, but just almost spasm around you. And you notice they both, as they reach within 5 feet of you, these little tiny baby turtles. You're noticing they are definitely babies. They are too small. They are smaller, or they would fit into the palm of your hands. They are smaller than your hands. They spread, split, and then they move around you, forming a kind of loop. You feel, within 10 feet, you feel them, which is very strange. They feel each tiny, yet somehow a strong enough presence in your mind that it's concerning, or at least it's physical, like it's a physical presence. And it is at that moment where you notice that they begin to, for 1 second, even though as they're going around you, they seem to just blink out. Then they appear still in sync with each other, but at one point, one blinks out and the other keeps moving. And another one blinks out. Just the two. Just swimming, just leaving the material for a split second before re-emerging in their own pattern as they were before. And it's wrapping around you. They've just started encircling you. What are you doing?
Doesn't seem threatening. Start gently going so like 5-10 feet around towards the stick.
As you begin to move towards the stick, okay. You feel the smallest hope as you begin to swim away. At one of your shoulders, you see that turtle still swimming past, but you can see a blood trail from where your elbow has... Might not be deep enough. Let me roll to see. Okay, 28.
Is that
Yes.
yeah?
Okay. So let me double check on my warp wave ability.
Less than me standing still.
I mean, you begin to swim forward, so if you're swimming forward, can you do... I believe you can, right? So 28 wouldn't hit with the total defense? So you feel the tiniest little bit of blood peel off your arm and fall into the water. I don't know if I can even hit with these guys. Nope. So you watch as... Then they would be flanking, so they would actually be flanking. So that is... What am I thinking? 28 becomes 30. 30 doesn't hit? Shit, total defense is nuts. Okay. You feel water vibration, you feel them start to literally nibble at you from behind. You are still carefully swimming towards this thing. You are now within 5 feet of it. It's now your turn.
5 feet of stick.
You are able to, certainly.
I'll still do a total defense.
Okay.
I have a chance to resist.
As you reach out to it, do you grab the shaft or do you grab the head of the stick?
Grab the metal.
Head's got the metal.
Grab the shaft.
Okay. As you grab the shaft, you notice all 3 of those rings faintly pulse. You actually, there's 4 rings. One pulses a faint purple, one a faint green, one a faint yellow, and one a faint blue. And that's just at the moment you touch it, so you notice that. And just for these 2, nope, you feel once again these 2 little turtles try to nip at you from now slightly underwater. Nothing seems to work or affect you. It is now your turn properly. As you've grabbed and you're the bottom and you've started to tread. You're now realizing that the treading of water seems to, even though the vibration around you seems to be affecting you somehow, now that you grab the staff, it seems to be affecting you just less. Less physically.
So I'm like 600 feet away.
Just
Where I
about.
entered.
Just about.
Okay. Slowly start to swim back.
You need to make, for me, 2 reflex saves.
28 and 22.
Ooh, yes. The highest DC you have for this is 13.
Sick.
Who knows if you could even fail that? I'm not sure. However, you feel water suddenly gain a more physical form, and it starts to try and, or at least what you feel like is almost tendrils of water are trying to wrap around your legs, wrap around your kind of like your shoulders, like forming a water backpack to try and slow you down. And then for a split second, as you look back, those turtles are gone. Instead, what you see is
Scary.
the corner of your eye, because you're not even really looking, you're just trying to swim back. Semi-scaled body. Great, thanks, Siri. You see a thin, well-toned, feminine style body. You notice that shimmer from the corner of your eye, like it scales, but it's actually weirdly bright for being underwater. It's like there is an absurd amount of reflective light in multiple hues that kind of blinds you from looking at it properly, but you're realizing now that there's probably two of those things where there is now no turtles. No turtles. And you see the 4 rings at the top of that staff pulse, as if when you grabbed onto it, they did seem to pulse once, or at least just brighten to an effect where they weren't bright before. Now they've actually pulsed with a slightly brighter light. And you notice from the top of this wood staff, you see the handle, sorry, not the handle, the top of it, which seems to be kind of like a curved, what's the right word for it? Kind of like a spiral at the top made of wood. Now you notice it's gold. It's just gold. And you notice that all the way down to where your arm is at the staff, that has slowly started to turn into something gold. From wood to gold. It's not touched your hand yet, but it's turning gold. And you notice there is what looks like emerging from the top of the staff near where the rings are, near where the curls are. The curled head of the staff is actually where these 4 rings are seemingly held. And you notice there is weird, small golden leaves emerging from the top of this thing, out of the water. These tiny little leaves.
Coming from the staff.
Coming from the staff. It's now your turn.
I'm gonna
Keep moving.
keep moving.
And you keep your defensive action.
Yeah.
And you feel about every 15 or so seconds, those rings all seem to pulse in unison. Roughly, every 2.5 rounds.
Sus.
There's a bit of sauce in it. Trying to stay as calm as possible.
And you're feeling these things are like swimming, getting close to you, that reflective light getting brighter, and then they seem to shrink away. And then they get closer again, and then they shrink away. There's this chaotic rhythm that they are seemingly almost attacking you with without seemingly causing you enough harm to be physical. I'm going to make rolls for a minute. Okay. Minute 2. I need you to roll me Oscar a d20.
So.
Okay.
Pause it.
No.
Okay.
And because I did not roll a 19, I did not crit. Because this is 4, it is d4. That is 5 points of slashing damage. And you rolled 7.
Yes.
Oh, we might have got the worst one. You gain 1 negative level. It only takes you at a slow speed that you've been going another 5 minutes to get there. So on average, because you basically can't hit at this point. Does a 31 hit you? That's what I assumed. Okay. So by the way, I have to roll a 17 or higher. Done. So minutes of you what feels like having to actually curve the water in a path while you swim to kind of deter this thing's specific movement from having any weight behind it.
Yeah.
Constantly you are feeling scaled claws like slide up against your skin, but in a path that you're managing to avoid, and it's just that physical contact without the pain. You reach the shore with the staff. And as you begin to kind of scramble up, you use the staff quickly to help you pull up. It's not that hard, although there's no kind of underwater bank. It's seemingly just like an actual deep well the moment you enter the water. With a tiny bit of help from the staff, you grab a little higher, your hand just gently brushes against the lowest ring on the hook. You hear in your mind Razumir's voice. And for a second, you hear in his voice, faintly, Canadian. Save yourself the journey. Listen to the rings and use the staff to return you to me. You hear that as you are emerging from the water, and then you notice, because it has taken you a while, and now there is a faint amount of dawn light that has cracked between the fangs, for you to see each of those rings with the faint amount of sunlight is illuminating small sylvan inscriptions up and down the ring. The one furthest away from the curl, Daughter of the Green. Ring 2, Hear My Ardent Call. Ring 3, Discharge, now to Oaths Long Sworn. And Ring 4, For Glory, Live or Fall.
Let's go.
And suddenly you feel this invisible force seemingly lift you, and you feel like your body lift only about a foot off the ground, but in a way where it feels like there's so much wind suddenly buffeting you up before you drop back down. And you are now somewhere else. Only a foot off the ground, you land. Staff in
My
hand.
clothes.
Staff in hand, no clothes.
I'm wearing boots.
You are wearing your
My braces and I'm gonna ring off.
all the boots in the water, I guess that's fair. Protect your feeties.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to step on like sea urchins. Right?
Exactly. Sure. And you see the man in the cave. His outline only visible, but for you, it is familiar, it is cloaked, it is creepy.
Razumir, I've returned with your staff. I wasn't expecting the turtles to attack me.
Aye, they do.
Realize that.
Aye. Not turtles. Nymphs. Water creatures.
I was expecting them to be a little bit more passive until I decided to attack them. Yes, that was.
You see, from the far side, this Razumir begins to walk out into the open. Follow me, Oscar. And he barely walks into what is a small netting of forests.
Do you want your stick back?
And he just walks. You walk and you're only about 100 feet away from where he stops. He stops at the base of a tree. Any ordinary tree, unlike everything else. Oh, sorry, unlike everything else. But unlike the others you've seen, or at least paid close attention to, you see his head is tilted up, looking directly at a small green cocoon.
Something?
You See this moth cocoon here? It is almost ready to emerge. See, it comes out naturally. I start Canadian, then I switch hand to it. It is just too weak. Barely, you see with his hand, his finger seems to just gently touch the edge of the cocoon, watches it flimsily kind of rocks against the tree it's stuck to.
Fire.
Now, if you or I helped free it, it would be too weak to survive. Creatures like them, like us, need struggle to build our strength. Pass me the staff. You extend it to him, and you watch as one of his hands doesn't grab the staff, but reaches and plucks, uncurls one of the rings from the inner hook. Ring at the end. The green ring. And you watch as you hand it to him and are holding it out and are expecting him to take it, and he picks out a ring. Suddenly you see, without him touching it, the staff just slides out of your hand. Begins to just float about 3 feet off the ground. 10 feet in the air. And then you hear. You must remember, Marcus never grew up in a short peace. What time has shown us is kids who've never seen peace and kids who've never seen war have different values. Cannot be from his mind that peace is achieved, or he has never known the product of such an achievement. Most of the darkness that the banished ones sowed into the western lands is predicated on their upbringing. Continents and their ideals will continue to clash for the next 100 years if the divine divide is maintained by inspires. But for inspires to see the western lands as safe, they must take control of it. And there are too many people who have no connection with the eternal peace of the East. To these people, the eastern lands are akin to heaven. Why do you think they harbor so much resentment for your home and its religious offerings? Their peace, the eastern lands to the westerners, is a mockingbird of that peace. While you cannot trust the indivisible man, you must form a trust, a leadership around the hope of such paradise. Rebuilding that city will be the jobs of those who can use the voices of the people. You must focus on defending the suffering which has brought those people into the position. To be trusted by them is an honor I hope you will someday have. But first you must prove beyond certainty that not everything from the East must be abandoned. Do you understand what you're going to have to do, Oscar?
I'm struggling on one. Say that suffering strength.
You're going to have to do, Oscar.
I'm struggling on one. Say that suffering strengthens us. Long of a life. I've seen it split into five. Those people that have suffered. Set hope.
And bringing the 9 gods to this continent was one of the few ways you couldn't have done that. despite the intentions being the very best. You are the representative of the Nine. Now your future actions must supplant the Nine's roots to restore faith, trust, and unity between the eastern and western lands. A big job, but fear not, your allies are doing just the same. Ray advocates for his island's moral codes, similar to the eastern lands. Moki will learn to protect not just his family, but his clans from truths. And Imric is the link and key for unifying the elves of the continent and this continent and Isora. And Jonathan was brought here to counteract the devastation of the Child of Death, Odysseus. You are stuck in the middle of this race against the dark, but they still need you. They need your support in decision-making. Each of your perspectives are uniquely valuable. You are all different from the humans you seek to protect. See, the people are closer to Moki than you. Fiercely protect, scared of future loss, unpredictable in their terror. Think about how you supported them. Can you do that for all of the thousands of refugees? No, but you can be their own deterrent. Marcus is strong enough to make the gods' children fearful. He is already a deterrent to evil. Even if you can't be like him, time not being on your side, you might still be able to be a better general. That was what I was hoping he would become. A defender, not a loose ball. I don't see the ability of your actions to restore true faith, but to give hope, to represent.
So I was sent here as a prospect of the Nine.
No, neither did they. They're not listening. They're simply giving what they feel you feel. Divine power is a strange thing. It's not something that can be taken away so easily.
So, your eyes, my precious.
I think that the general term is a bit too broad. I think you'll become one of the, well, now that the gods do not necessarily favor you, you're not one of the representatives of the Nine anymore, but you are a child of both sides, and someone who has the potential to earn back the trust of the gods that you worry have abandoned you. And while they have, in some ways, they do it because the connection was not sown through them. It was sown through Inspires. As a forced way of connecting you. There's ways to open that connection on your own, but it does not come with the strength you once had. It comes with strength that does not match any strength the Nine could give you. An anathema of sorts.
I've sort of already felt my strength starting to go. Is that just a result of
maybe in part, yeah. But in a way, I think that I was able to evolve in this place I am assuming all of the Isaurian people that are still true Irides are. And, your efforts here have not gone unnoticed. And you have made it back here with, well, I thought you might take 14 hours, but 13 is quite fine. And it just means that you have 1 extra hour. Whether you rest here or in the next challenge, that's up to you.
There are more challenges.
One final one. And you see Razimir slowly just extends his hand and the staff slowly just starts to drift back towards his hand.
I take it you're trying to use this as a metaphor for me? Still bound by whatever thoughts and selfish feelings that I had for myself.
There is no growth without the effort to try to change. And you must make that decision for how you will change.
It's up to me.
You see his head kind of slightly cocked back as it looks at the cocoon again, even though he wasn't looking at it before. And you get the first ever glimpse of his face. You get basically the edge of one eye and a nose and a mouth. You see it as an eye that is murky white where the iris should be. And it is this almost blood red, like how Cornell had a very red eye. So that center point is white. And you only see one eye out of the shadow. And he's half grinning. I also mean because you're still trapped inside yourself. I can help in part, but you really have to earn this one. It's not something I can just allow you to do so freely. Don't rely on belief to get you through things as much as you rely on your own legs. Use them in equal parts, and one will get stronger alongside the other. While your faith has been most of the anchor of your power, now you must use your body to anchor that power so that the divine might see you once again. And try you is enough. And you see he raises the arm with the staff. You watch the hole that you emerged from when you first met him, the hole he surprised you inside of. The entire cliff wall which connects to a small mountain. It rises. It emerges from the ground. You see about 30 feet deep of stone underneath that hole. Erupts upwards. An entire cliff wall shoots over 150 feet into the sky. It's like a giant foot that is a mountain, just lifts, pulling 30 feet deep stone out, leaving just a giant hole still beside what is a part of the cliff. And you just see that chunk of the mountain, what is probably about 120 foot wide, has just been slotted up, stuck, frozen in place, not in a very secure way. And then you see rocks. You see a miniature avalanche just pepper the ground, which you're about 200 feet away from. And then you see Razimir's face go from a little cocky to a sour expression. Ah, my flowers, I didn't want that to muffles a darker thought.
I'm not going to hold on.
Aye, there's dungeons under this whole place. I'm sure you'll be familiar with them. It's one of the many things that I saw from you from the very start. And he begins to walk you over to it. He's still pretty careful to walk around his little flower patch, but you notice a lot of those flowers have been crushed by scattered debris.
These flowers will grow back.
They will, just not as... well, at least there'll be enough left for you. That's kind of all he says as he walks to what is the edge of this basically opening where the mountain lifted up, surrounded by larger chunks of stone from that small avalanche. You see what is a 30-foot wide hole, which leads to about a 90-foot drop. And you see what looks like a giant stone hallway. Reminiscent of the dungeons underneath Kings Bay. The giant tunnels. All the way west.
Well, do you have any clothes that I can borrow? Or not?
Wait,
Doesn't matter. Let's do this.
when you return, I'll give you a set of clothes. And as you're about to jump down, and you maybe start to slide down, he says, your goal is to make it to the nearest surface exit. You shouldn't be stuck down there for any more than a dozen hours.
Wonderful.
That ring,
10.
that ring will allow you to contact me once a day. If you're in an emergency situation, just call. And then you see. What is horrifying is that as Razimir is looking down at the hole, you're noticing that mountain chunk that has 150 feet up that's just been still is just slowly falling towards his head. And then he looks like he's about to get hit. And then the ceiling goes black and you're not sure because he was still looking over you when the entire ceiling roof drops back down, and then you feel dozens of large stones, but not enough to knock you off balance, just hits you and peppers you on the way down. A new ceiling.
Okay.
You see on your hand the ring that you were given, whether or not you're actually wielding it or not, it is glowing a faint luminescent purple. Daughters of the Green, ring 1. And
Okay.
Oscar, as you're down here, it's time. Now, with no light, how is perception affected by no light? Or do you have
I normally have dark vision. It's for my race.
You still have it.
Yeah.
You still have it.
I've
That's
still got 60 feet of dark vision.
okay, great. So that's not going to interfere with you when it comes to making your perception checks.
Okay.
I need you to make me 3, but I'm going to make you do 1 at a time. Because they'll be followed by other things. First one is DC 25.
It's just perception?
Just perception.
Good. 27.
Okay. So one of the first things you notice that is horrifying is
It's hard.
one, it's a straight line. So that's like comforting because you'll hear something, you hear nothing, which is a little concerning.
Keep walking until I see it.
And then you notice what is absolutely just wrong. At the first turn off, your left turn ahead of you, on the right wall, which is a flat wall, you notice that there is a large, very rusted, or very old and aged, what looks like large tree log that has been put up at a diagonal and seems to be from the ground level rising to about 40 feet up, pressing something high eye into the wall against the wall. And as you are observantly moving around it, you realize that even if you touch that tree, it's so old and petrified, any weight will probably cause that thing to move even slightly. And then you realize what that tree is bracing, using the ground as its brace. It's holding up a boulder.
Oh, great.
A boulder that's 40 feet off the ground, held by one tree log that looks almost petrified at this point.
What's that?
If you even probably kicked that tree slightly, it would probably cause that boulder to roll. And you very carefully avoid that tree log is basically taking up the entire chamber at a diagonal, so you kind of move under the petrified tree.
He will spend maybe an extra 30 seconds just sort of looking around it.
For like
is there
little-
anything like, is it man-made? Like sort of disturbances of previous people that might have created it, things to look out for in the future, that sort of stuff.
Okay, yeah, make me a survival check. This would be.
Not bad. 19.
Okay, 19. Well, you miss any chance of noticing tracks, even though there is a layer of dust. But one thing you do notice is that there is this layer of dust almost on every single part of a wall and around you, like a very faint layer of dust to a degree. You notice that underneath that tree limb, about 15 feet off the ground, there's like an area of dust that has been wiped clean.
Okay.
And you faintly see, because not noticing it realistically being 15 feet up, it's not a clear detail, but there is carvings of some sort of a rune. If you were 15 feet tall and walked in front of it, maybe something would have happened.
Now we get shot in the face.
But that's like the tree limb is here,
Yeah.
holding up the boulder, the rune's here.
Okay.
So you're luckily just short enough to walk under that thing, but if a giant tried to walk under it, one might have triggered, the other might have triggered all of it.
Yeah.
You're guessing now that it's not just regular traps, these are giant traps and possibly also rune traps. So ancient giant magics.
Yeah. He will, oh, never mind. Keep going.
You're like, that thing, I'm lucky I just didn't even bother to look up.
He will look up a little bit more this
We're
time.
one out. Sweet. Noticing that a bunch of these traps are weirdly elevated, though you haven't seen more than one. Coming to the second one. Make another perception check, DC 25.
Not enough, I believe. Foreshadowed at 22.
22. Alright. Harder to notice. What you walk into is a rather medium-sized rectangular chamber, which you assume is like a now and antechamber, because you're noticing 3 different exits. Like it's basically a T-intersection, like the boulder T-intersection behind you. This one has a few more squared corners, a lower ceiling, like all of the ceilings around you have been about 70 to 80 feet tall, like enormous heighted ceilings. This is probably about a 40-foot tall ceiling.
Yeah.
So, like, there's an arch, you walk underneath it, you walk into this chamber, you notice there's like weird 4-foot wide holes 60 feet up on the wall.
That's good.
Sorry, 40-foot tall walls, right about the 40-foot mark, about 35 up.
That's gross.
There's about 4 at different angles.
Yeah.
And then as you walk into the center of the room, you feel the entire platform you're on suddenly sink about a foot. About a 10-foot square around you, you realize was some sort of step. As soon as you stepped into it and you put your whole body weight into it, you're like, oh, yeah, maybe my whole body weight is the feeling of one giant's foot.
Everyone activated until I exited.
You notice that only in about a 10-foot square around you, you've entered 5 feet. Another 5 feet in front of you, in both sides, it's also depreciated. Like some plate trap in about a 15-foot total circumference around you, in a square. It's just sunk.
So I ran around to the entrance. Sticks. I'll do those.
Character progression.
Do you want to make another perception check?
Yes.
Now the distant roof is only 40 feet away, but the distant walls are about 60 feet at most, both sides. It's about 120 foot wide room, 40 foot tall ceiling. You've got your maximum range, but you're able to see everything. 29. You notice directly on the far side where the wall is, where you notice there's also two pipes. There are two pipes 35 feet off the wall. In between that pipe, there is some sort of relatively small-looking, rusted piece of metal. It looks almost just like a cog, like some sort of half-circular, thin disc-like device, but it's like half emerged out of the wall between what look like two large, what you're assuming are pipes or tubes, 4 foot wide tubes that can fit a gnome or any. Where you can fit you crawling. But yeah, it's this weird, like, rusted cog mechanism or something all the way up 35 feet up. And when I crawl on ground level, there's nothing. It's just black surface.
And there are holes in the roof?
There's about 4 holes in total on the roof. All of them are about 4 foot wide. 35 feet up. And they're not in the roof, they're like right at the edge of where the roof is.
See any faint, like, glowing or any faint, like, magic?
Yeah, make me. I mean, perception check kind of helped make me. This would be your knowledge arcana.
Don't get in that one.
Okay. That
21.
good arcana. Shut up. Okay. I am good.
She's a wizard?
Okay, I'm decent.
First thing you noticed was that when you stood on this platform, this whole room was dark. There is an actual faint ambient.
Sorry. Less. 17.
17.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can see one thing but not the other. That's fine.
Cool.
You are noticing from the cracks of the platform that you're currently on, they are glowing with a very, very faint magical energy. And you notice that the groove lines of the perimeter where this plate has depreciated to reveal about a 1-inch wide sigil that looks like an interconnected series of chains, and it's running all the way around the square that you have depreciated into. That is clearly some sort of magical rune / potentially a protection seal, like either protection good or evil, and by depreciating it has revealed it and potentially has locked you inside it. But, 50-50, normally these magical seals are like just for evil, or just for good.
Or just for giants.
Or just for giants.
That seems like a real thing. Let's go. Are there any rocks near me?
No.
Okay, let's not do that then.
Yeah, I mean, you could have technically brought a rock with you from like the collapsed part of the ceiling. Wait,
I'm naked.
fair enough.
Is he not surrounded by rock?
Relatively smooth, basically giant. Careful.
Break the ground.
Yes, oh my goodness.
I try to touch the chain.
As you touch it, there's a faint actual warmth, like touching a well-used iPhone or like device.
Yeah.
You're like, oh wow, this is hot.
Slightly worrisome.
And
Power death is bestowed upon
that's
you.
right. That's right. The famous burning phone.
Okay,
Australian heat.
I'll try to detect evil.
You see all of the little sigil glyphs around this thing pulsing, but you're not getting an evil aura, you're getting an evil protection energy.
Good. Lovely. Okay. I'm going to...
But it is still very like a triggering to the evil aura protection.
I'm going to try and... So I need to stop putting weight on it so that it can come back up. So I'm going to jump.
Great idea.
And then jump back onto it, like try and like.
I'll just jump so that it can go.
Okay. You do that, and you see it rises about 1.5 inches.
It stops because I'm
Sorry. It only dropped about 1 inch.
okay.
So then that you watch as by the time you jump and then land, the sigil has been half covered.
Okay.
That like rim sigil. And then you notice that
Lava begins to over the roof.
lava, dude, it's a lava trap. You're done. Minecraft is over. You hear, I mean, it's a distant sound, but it is above you, and it is the sound of running water. And then you notice behind you, and from all of the exit points, slowly the ceiling is lowering,
Okay. As that happens,
but only at the exit points. The roof, the 40-foot roof above you doesn't seem to lower, just all of the other roofs, or exit roof points.
realizing that this is I'm gonna ground trap, he's going to run full speed and go for like a Superman punch into that cog.
That cog is 35 feet up.
Yeah, he can make it on.
Okay?
I will. Okay, an extra key, so that becomes a lot. 45 for my acrobatics.
Okay. There's way too much power, but there's so much adrenaline, and you leap out, and you can feel kind of air from those two pipes that are either side of this cog, and you can now feel those faint little spittles of like fresh water that's at the very brim of about to flick you in the face. You definitely get one opportunity to strike.
Okay, let's make this a big one.
Okay, question, you're not proficient in a disabled device?
No.
Cool. You need to successfully deal 18 damage to this physical object, and it has a hardness of 5.
Something.
But yeah.
Yeah, so 18, 23. Okay. Can I do anything to help? No. Probably not. Ooh-wee. Okay, I'll power attack. Have I already hit? What do I know?
I'm gonna say for this object you already hit. The actual attack was you basically reaching it.
That's bad. That is only
A 7 on the 8? Oh no!
That's a
What was
lot.
it? Oh.
That's only 17 damage.
Awesome, literally 1 point off.
Yeah.
Your fists penetrate. You feel the cog get crushed inwards. You begin to fall backwards as one of those cog wheels seems to fall out and start to fall with you as you fall down that 35 feet.
Grab it and then throw it at the thing.
On the way down,
Attack.
you can grab that chunk of metal and try to, yes, peg it at the last chunk of metal that you can see is stuck in there. Now you're throwing something, so this would be DC 15.
Yeah. 7.
Oh, 16. Well, for how many rounds? How many rounds? 1 round.
That's not 15.
So you managed to smash that piece of chunk 1 inch short of that cog. It falls back down beside you.
Use my charm of the thrice ball. So 1, 2, 1 or 2 becomes a 13. 1. Okay. So that's a 21 to hit.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how much cog is?
I'm gonna say roll me a d4.
Okay. That's a 1 plus my base, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's 6.
And it has a toughness of 5.
Yeah, so 1 down.
And 1 damage, and 1 damage was the only remaining amount you needed to destroy it.
Sick.
You watch as you chuck it, feel the energy in the magical item on you, and it fills your energy just enough to watch as magically forcing the cog to curve slightly, and it smashes horizontally into a vertical cog, and you watch that cog smash in. You can hear the horrible clang sound, and then you watch that second cog also just fall out, and you see 13 different little bits of metal gearing between and just shrapnel and fall down upon you, not hurting you at all. But as you fall down 30 feet, you feel about a gallon of water just pour on you, and then it just stops. A gallon from all directions just lands from 4 different pipes into this room. A thin layer of water now just fills this chamber, and all of those falling ceilings, you watch they stop at about the 8-foot mark.
So sick of water. Okay, that's good. Get me out of this room.
So now you get to pick left, technically, or straight ahead.
I started from straight ahead.
As you have, you've continued on the straight ahead path.
You said that. What did you say? He said, Faith cannot be your only strength, basically. So I'll make my own path left.
You must be strong enough for Faith to find you, and you take the left path. One more time, make me a perception check.
Bad. 16.
Love it. Love it. Make me a reflex save.
Okay.
DC 25.
No.
Oh.
22.
Okay. Oh man. Oh man, I didn't roll lower than a 3. You feel quickly the trajectory of the path you're now taking is sloped, like a actual like becoming a ramp to almost a steep degree, and it's not that steep, but it's still a 40-foot wide corridor, and you're like starting to like hit some weird jogs as you're basically like leaping down a long dark tunnel. You go so fast. Suddenly, you're doing a mini leap.
Yeah.
And the ceiling 15 feet above you suddenly flashes with energy. You're like, oh no, they're the 15-foot tall glyphs. Just glimpse them. And it's only when you're starting to land back down gracefully that you notice suddenly emerging from the stone walls blade arms that are vibrating. And I believe you don't have that much HP left, so this might just shred you. This is 30 damage. You watch as Oscar is... You feel both of your shoulders as you're landing, blades just shred through your shoulders. You feel blood to such a degree just suddenly burst out of you. The last thing you feel is your body hit hard stone and keep sliding. That's it. Then it's out. You feel nothing.
Oh yeah.
The first sensation you get back is a scorching, hot, burning sensation in your finger. The finger that holds the ring.
Yep.
The ring that you were just given. You feel Oscar wakes at 1 HP with the ring basically become molten metal and melts off your finger causing you such severe pain that it forces you to wake up and basically fling the last bits of molten metal into the room. You are now on a downhill incline slide. Now no longer the incline is at all intense, and something where you're like, you don't know how long you've just fallen for. This was your first step of making a real change. You were trying to choose your own path, and it didn't work out, or not the way you thought. You've definitely just lost your connection with what's his name, and now there is this very, very cold breeze. Not a constant cold temperature, but a very humid temperature that is buffeted by a breeze from the path that you have now slid down to. Behind you is that small sloped part, which you probably were moving down for over 300 feet. I mean, down isn't out, but maybe this is still a path. And it's this cold breeze that kind of blows at you. And it's kind of disconcerting, because you are not, to your understanding, you've just gone down. There should not be a wind channel down here when there wasn't one before. And when you were at the bottom, or at the top of that slope, there was no wind. Not that you could visibly feel. But what do? Go back up or continue down towards the wind? The cold breeze.
Keep moving. Somewhere.
Your brain throbs. You're still feeling the wounds in your shoulders. Somehow they're deep, and they're causing you so much pain it keeps you awake. Your body is hot. You're not sweating because of the cold. After about what feels like a half-conscious 5 minutes of walking, suddenly your feet make different sounds against the floor. Your body is actually so hot that it's comforting to feel a layer 1 or 2 centimeters of ice under your feet. And if your body wasn't so hot, it might have been a problem, but you're basically melting through it as you walk just due to the adrenaline and the heat. And it doesn't make any sense why the floor would be so cold or nearly frozen, like a layer of water has just solidified down here. And it's just dark ahead. You walk until the tunnel seems to end. Ahead of you, there is something else, like a wider room, a larger rectangular tunnel. And what you're able to glimpse with your eyes, the faintest amount of light which seems to be coming from the far side of that room is barely reflected across the ice-covered floor. You notice 2 faint, almost white, but blue specks 25 feet off the ground. White specks side by side, like eyes, 25 feet off the ground. About 150 feet away from you, in a very, very dark, long chamber. In the direction that breeze is coming from. And then it's when you notice those eyes that you hear, because you speak Abyssal. You don't really know why. Parts of what you're noticing is much closer than those specks. You notice strange insectoid clicking sounds. First it's the actual movement, and then it's this talking, which somehow is translated in your mind. You're able to process what they're saying. They're horrible, shrill, quiet clicking sounds. You hear, "Intruder, running too deep. His Highness cannot be stirred. Must protect." It's broken fragments of the Abyssal language your brain somehow understands.
I mean no harm. Am I allowed to pass through, or should I head back?
wishes to make his way through. Another voice, same, nearly identical. Intruders cannot be welcome near His Highness. He must be tested.
Is there any way I can go around? Rather not disturb your highness.
You hear quiet for a moment, and then you see very shadowed by the main kind of entryway. You see emerging from the two shadowed far walls, two long-tailed insectoid creatures. They're barely moving, but they don't seem to make the sound across the ice more than their large spear-like weapons that they have in their hand, large iron, 10-foot-long spears on probably what is 9.5-foot tall insectoid bodies. There's a faint blue sheen to them. They look like if the Fojar was a little more demonic and was certainly a lot less limbs. So just very much maybe what Oscar would understand to be almost devilish, if not a devil. It's pretty hard to determine just from the darkness of the room. You're getting the echoes of that chittering, and then you hear, "We will let you pass. Do not disturb him." And then you begin to walk into the chamber, and the ice feels colder, even at your feet. But your body's still really warm. And as you walk through, you hear behind you, "We could not stop him if he did, so don't try." Here in the quietest tone an abyssal voice can make. Oscar holds his tongue and walks through. And you notice there's only, as you move forward, no side doors. Small, very distant black, what looks like banners, but they're black. And they're hanging on 60-foot frames high above. You walk to what is the throne, where you notice there is a one-arm leaning, curled blue hand pressed to the side of a face, two icicle-like horns emerging from what looks like some sort of helm. White hair, akin to yours, runs down over shoulders of a kind of elegantly, almost elven, but still somehow humanoid, kind of more human and elf combined, a physical giant. Its eyes still burning a bright white light that has that faint bluish color. And it just sits there and doesn't acknowledge you as you walk up to and then start to walk around the throne. It's by itself in a dark chamber. And then you walk to the back of that throne. And then you notice that there is still a kind of very faint breeze, but it's a lot warmer. And you walk through it starts as about a 40-foot tall tunnel, much like the ones that you've been in before. They're about 80 or 90 feet tall. And then this is like some sort of antechamber room. Make me another perception check. Okay. You notice a large tree petrified piece that is basically holding like a pillar in the center of the space ahead of you. You very carefully move around it, and you once again carefully realize that 15 feet up, two sigils on either side of the wall, and a faint outline of a boulder that is just being completely propped up by this root. A very this, basically a full tree. Very shabby trap, but probably easily tampered with. And you make your way around it.
Do the traps feel like they were set here to keep this guy in?
You're probably thinking so, yeah. And the breeze, as you move, just gets slightly warmer. And then you notice that the path changes once again to a steep incline path. And as you begin to move, it then makes, as you're about 100 feet up the incline path, it makes a hard right turn. And then you see another really long corridor. One that was as long as you had imagined the first one that you came through had started as. You have wrapped around at this point, fallen down a part of the tunnel. Your point of view is so skewed, you're not sure if you even move just straight down this path, what side of the Fangs of Wisdom you'd end up on. Make one more survival check for me. Also, DC 25. That'll do it. The humidity builds, and then after about 2 more hours of following one long chamber, finding one break off, but finding that that chamber leads down in a direction, and there is no even faint air breath coming from that dark tunnel. You notice there is a kind of softening of the ground around you and another incline path. The stone becomes this kind of mostly dirt slope. You've been in this tunnel for probably 9 hours. Only. Or at least that's what you're thinking. No clothes. Gashes, blood trailing behind you, easily revealing a path. You eventually get to a point where you notice half-buried pink flowers. Or maybe just flowers. It's too hard to tell if they would be pink in this darkness, but some form of natural growth.
Path. Keep going this way.
And 10 more minutes go by, and 1 more hour goes by, and a dirt path that takes 4 more hours of walking. Up, and up, and up. Until eventually you see the path kind of hit an incline, and then for the first time you're able to see curved around a corner, which you're still not visible to, is a small portion of light that floods into a corner bend, which you can see. First actual bit of light, and that's daylight.
Start
Evening light. You jog, and you realize you break hard because you are about 400 or 500 feet up on a hill, on a very large cliff. And you realize you're up on one of the fangs. This fang is not overlooking the swamp, so that's not, you're much closer to him now that you know that there's no swamp in your general proximity. Make a perception check for me.
Natural time.
Nice. Now make me one more survival, and your DC for this is only 20. No. Okay. You find what is a barely visible, small remaining field of pink in the distance. Wrapped around one of the mountains that you are near, but not on. You start to descend. You quickly realize that the angle for which you would be safe to move down is only safe for about 30 feet. Then you're about 370, 360 feet off a solid ground level. And you realize that at the angle you're currently at, there's no safe path down. Climbing, yes, but how strong a grip you can connect to as you try to kind of hug yourself to the mountain wall, try to grab onto a ledge, brushing away the scrapes of rock that's too loose. You're able to get about 5 feet down, and then realize there's no safe spot to further descend, and then you climb back up and you head around a little bit more. Take 5 feet down, feeling around. Nothing feels safe. You spend probably 25 minutes just trying to assess how scalable this side of the mountain is, and you realize it's because it's at an incline that's like that. This comes down to a show of how this is a struggle show, so make me an athletics check. Which would be, I believe, climb. This would be climb.
19.
Okie dokie. You're 1 point off. The narrowest handholds do not support your grip enough, and it does not cause you to lose your balance, but you do take temporary damage equal to 6 points. As you feel what your body has to do is grind itself down when you lose grip, and you just have to try and hug the mountain with the remaining conscious elements you have left, and then it goes black. You feel enough dirt rip through parts of your hand that are just trying to grab onto the rock wall as you descend. You feel yourself consciously drop about 100 feet, and then it's just black.
6 hours.
You wake,
24 hours.
and it was evening, and now it's nighttime. It's pretty dark. Your back hurts so much that it's actually like almost lock stiff. So for you to get up from a prone position, it's too hard to curl your back. You basically have to roll onto your side and then half press your body up. But you realize there is a faint little fire on this cliffside. There is a cloaked man. Razimir is on this cliff with you. And you see he's slowly stirring something around. He's using a branch, small branch, and it's like this little tiny, like wax and wood bowl. Too wide to be a cup, but almost too short to be a proper bowl. Stirs it around. You lost the ring.
I feel like I severely overestimated my abilities.
I probably did. Maybe I should have given you more time. Time we didn't have. I see where you've stumbled. I see what divine power you can handle. And I see that the gods are not going to see something in you that's unique when it comes to your ability so far to journey into unknown areas. That being said, there are things that are holding you back. Physically, right now, with so much stress on your body, you're just too weak. Your age doesn't help. Your imperfections are causing them more problems.
My strength was never from myself. Powerful. My strength always
your dedication to your strength and to the people that give you the strength is something that I didn't think you could rely on. Now I'm realizing that that's probably what you rely on most. However, there are more times in this life where you will not have those allies around you to give you that security. So struggling alone sometimes is the only way to be better. And you see, he says that in a way where it's not that he's unsure, he's just unsure of how true it is with you.
There are opportunities in these caves to make it. Certain obstacles. You said my task is to connection east, west. I don't. It's not that I disagree.
Well, they're old, and they're maybe out of date.
Not mine. I can take this place.
Well, maybe the humans don't need such a deterring force. Maybe to be trusted with such power, you must be shown that you're willing to fight through it all, even through the things that the power can give you. I do see how you fought every path to make sure that you follow my guidance. I was hoping, in part, that you would follow your own, but I see that you have not cleared your eyes enough. Which brings me to why I let you go into that dungeon in the first place. If you had been properly killed, sure, that would have been the end of it for you. My connection to you is the only reason that you lived, but it is not the only reason that you got out. I think that the challenge that you have to deal with now is, if you can't be what Marcus was supposed to be, can you still be better than him? And you see and he's in your own way. He stands up, stops staring, puts the stick on the ground, walks over to you as you have basically not even sat up, just kind of leant over, hands you a very, very dark, faintly yellow and pink, warm liquid.
Can it speak my foot in?
He's kind of handing it down to you.
Gotcha.
To grow around you, too many others that are avoiding their path or trying to make a new one.
I remember when I was came here. My proudest moments were watching my siblings grow. Today, sure, I was the only one who was wrong. To me, my success. I maybe lack force, strength, person. I don't know what makes me strong. I have to be a general. Be leading through strength, through fear. Now. I can see a world where everything's useful.
I see a world that has forgiven you and has forgiven the Eastern gods from abandoning the West. And as he's talking, and as you finish talking, you realize there's huge scars on your arm for having blades ripped through your shoulders. They're just gone. They were gone while you were talking, and then as you finish talking, all of that pain that was throbbing through your body has died massively. Like a hard narcotic, but you don't feel that exhaustion. In fact, you almost feel in a state of alertness. Even the threats that are attacking the Bay are a part of the oldest known threats of this continent. And their dangers are predicated on lying in wait and slowly stripping you of your allies. So while Marcus is the best of deterrent, because alone stripping people away from him means nothing because of how strong he is. But with you and your dark alter self, there is a almost opposite effect, where I am sure the greatest evil, or I'll call her the greatest evil, because she basically is. She'll be trying her best to get in favor with the other version of you, to pull you apart by the strings. And unfortunately, even in this world, there is times where you have to fight alone, or you have to leave your allies behind, just as you did when you entered the book. Those moments test your character when you're alone. Those moments can be decided before you take that step. I think you can use your allies more than I was assuming you would. But to find strength in them is to watch them struggle, and then to take their lessons and merge them into the mixture you use to help others. That is the Thuvia flower. Or, as Jonathan would like to know, the elixir of life, the fountain of youth. It doesn't exist. The fountain is but a flower, and no one but the gods ever were able to cultivate it. The gods left, and with it, the ingredients, the recipes, the time needed to learn about it. They left that without ever giving true instructions, yet I retained all of the knowledge, because the gardens and the flowers and the cocoons and the moths are just as much a part of of me as I am of them. I just want you to sit here, Oscar. Realize that the hardest part of your stay here is over. And think about the version of you want to be tomorrow, today. Let what we make, what I've made, and what you're drinking, know. Tell it what you want to be. Great. And that is where we will cut from Oscar's scene. But before we do, before we cut from Oscar's scene, Oscar, as you drink, physical changes begin to happen to you. You are naked, but let's ignore that fact.
Well, actually, he has his boots.
Right, I'm wearing my boots.
You're wearing your boots. As Razimir around you doesn't seem to be bothered by that, but is certainly keeping his eyes locked on you, even in the shadow of their hood. Oscar, what changes occur to you physically? And do you age up or down?
Let's get this first costume.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
Oscar
Has become true human.
Oscar's body begins almost revert in some areas. I guess the first change is what now red and white hair loses all extraordinary color and becomes this dark brown.
You feel it is
Oscar's brown.
You feel this literal blood dripping and kind of washing off your shoulders. You feel it like it was stuck in your head, but your head now feels lighter.
His eyes that were beacons of light themselves fade into just calm, dark blue that they used to be. It grows 2 inches, now 5'10", 5'11".
Women still can't date him.
His musculature shrinks. He's leaner, a little bit too lean. Any sort of like excess fat or skin just starts to go away. He becomes this like dense, lean muscle. And then I think the last change is he's old. Maybe 3-ish years instead of 24, probably 27, 28. His hair now goes down to his waist. And he's starting to get a bit of stubble. Got a short beard on his face.
As you are recovering, and you're kind of still on your side, and the hair has grown longer, and it's now kind of washed over your shoulder, and it's curled up at the ground beside you. You feel an immense, at first it's a small weight lifting off of you, and then it's a slow adaptation. No, you're not compartmentalizing this feeling, it's like a release of withheld, you would almost say, childish desires. Things that meant something to you have changed. The earliest or most important parts of the Nine's rituals and ceremonies and paths of idolizing them seems so small in your mind in the past, almost just pointless. as you feel, in no less of a word, reach yourself reaching pure perfection. And you hear Razimir, are you with that now? They're not gonna see you coming. That's where we'll cut. Back to John. Back to Moki. Filled with corpses, piling corpses of mangy dog monsters. You, Ray, and Moki are left at the front, while a lot of the Perdition Knights begin to... Few of them do head back inside, but more than before now begin to just walk as a perimeter around the outside. You see about 3 start marching, just doing a perimeter walk. You see the ones that head inside look the most injured, so the ones that are walking seem to probably just be working off the adrenaline. What do you guys do?
Well, we don't know where they're coming from, but at least we know who it is. I think I've met this prince before.
You have? When?
Yes, when I was getting back my body, when you were fighting Vosk.
What? They don't need to be enemies, do they?
I don't know. We could try to talk peace with them. Come with some sort of agreement.
So loud.
However, they don't seem to be the type. For now, my goal is going to be trying to fortify our location. And building places where people can rest and sleep.
We should send someone to talk to them. And make
You
peace.
mean more of these places? Cathedrals?
I am going to create smaller dormitories where people can eat, and sleep, and have rest. It will have the same level of feeding for people, but a lot smaller
Actually,
in size.
He's creating a town.
Yes,
In
I
a
think
town.
that's a good idea. Make these people indebted to you to the point where they can't protest your use of undead.
currently the plan is to move towards the North Shore Park because it's less land to clear.
Sounds smart. I think I should go see the king and get a diplomatic envoy to this prince with the least amount of humans, since they seem to hate them.
How about if you can find Cicero, ask to do a scouting mission to try to find where they're coming from.
Good point.
You don't know exactly where the diplomatic mission would take place.
I'm assuming they're in the city just because I want to set the thing yet, so we just go that way and we'll eventually land.
I know that we originally found them in the underground tunnels. Maybe we could talk to the Fojar to see if we can come with some sort of alliance.
Didn't they flee?
I don't think we are in a good stance with the soldier. Don't they kind of like
I don't think they would still be in the tunnel
not
either.
care about
These
us anymore?
Brain gate
They do
people
not
probably
know.
in the surface reclaiming what claim
We
we made.
used our
I'll go there, go inside me.
Huh?
I'll go there, Angel in front of me.
talking to Rick?
Oh, I remember he's got his angel.
I was thinking, definitely bring Cicero. He could be helpful, but
Where
Ray,
is Cicero?
I have no clue. Ray, you need to come with us as well. You're not human, so they will not hate you, just like they weren't hate me.
Oh, no, it's a
And
chat.
you talk better than me.
I do. I wouldn't want you to be.
I was thinking I could just go there to show, hey, there's another not human.
But I think the most diplomatic here of us is
He looks too human.
he can look like other people. We just need to kill him.
Yes, but okay. That's funny, but I think just one human,
It's true.
someone the king appoints to represent their interests, and then we go as sort of showing.
Wait, what if you take over Moki's body?
Don't take over my.
Then you would be non-human.
I will
and-
take over your body.
We could do that. However, I need to get past Moki's resistance to magic, which is pretty strong.
It's gotten stronger lately. I'm very proud of it.
More importantly, I need to create housing for everyone here.
I think that's an important thing to do. I've been meaning to talk to the king, so why don't I tell the king about this and with Ray, so I don't fumble my words and accidentally insult him to death.
I wish Cicero was here.
My hands.
Now,
Probably talking to the ambassadors.
Heron flew off saying Imric was supposed to be in battle.
Yeah.
And then just flew off, like doing the perimeter search. But you heard he obviously sounded slightly annoyed at the fact that Imric was supposed to be helping out.
Hold off for the king for now.
You don't want to tell him that there's a meeting?
I've already told Samantha, leader of the guards.
Oh.
So the information will be held over.
I want to talk to the king anyway.
Yes, that is fine. You should be coming here to pick me up to settle down to the next land.
I mean, likely today, right? But it's only 3 a.m. in the morning.
It's good to know.
So, plenty of time to. When did we sleep?
You've already, because you're on the dragon, you've had a long rest. You just had a long rest, and you just had a long rest.
Get the fuck.
You can sleep for a whole day. It's Pathfinder.
That hole in my stomach is now just like the size of a finger. Still clean fruit. That's
That's
It's
fair.
actually more HP for
Anyways,
for a whole day.
But we've had an interrupted sleep, so we'd have to
The better but
sleep more.
I am going to be collecting all these bodies for later use to create fortifications around this area.
Okay.
You're not nearing your limit on how many creatures you can summon.
I do not summon them.
Resin.
That is why there is no limit.
Make them arise.
There is a limit of how many I can have arisen safely.
It's called erected.
However, wakey wakey.
So based on this letter, he is reasonable. He's only claiming the uninhabited parts of the city. One's not inhabited by humans, so he's not going to expel a human. That's good.
But most of the city is now uninhabited by humans.
Waves of attacks against us.
Do you care about humans?
They are still living. Can I read it? Sure.
Is it Sylvan, so you can read it?
You should throw a line on
Ray also read Sylvan. Yeah, it's my home language.
No, it is his home language.
Guys, we're literally the Sylvan body.
Become the Sylvan party, for sure.
It's his first line. He's
Over ancient elves.
Cornell just used to be able to say fuck off in Elvish, that was all he could do.
Yeah, well,
Cornell
it's not very smart.
If
Can't remember languages when you're blind, I get
no, let's just screw you guys and us specifically. I can just go like slap him and threats on him, and he'll listen to us.
Spooky.
Yeah.
Alright.
Very low-key vibe.
Does not
Very,
sound
very
very...
lucky.
Or I can do that for you.
Yeah, it would have been fun.
That is
Doing like
horrible diplomatic tactics.
He would have killed us little bitches.
Don't worry, he'll like pick us and like
They
give
could
us
just walk me down the mountain.
a hug or something.
Normally they execute you for
No, it's
stepping against the king.
That's right. Razmir still would have been happy, but
It's.
he probably wouldn't have known.
We cannot give it.
You don't want to give the king the city?
Well, no, the people here will need a home.
You can just lie to the king and say, oh, this area of the city is still inhabited by humans. Don't
He
go.
wants the entire thing.
No, he said the area is not inhabited by humans.
No, he says the city, which is no longer inhabited.
Yes, I'm assuming he means part of the city, but he means the whole city.
He wants the entire thing.
That's what slums are for.
That's fine. You can just get the humans to move away.
Either way, I do not really care about human politics.
Frankate,
But-
slavery.
Yeah,
Here.
yeah.
Well, I wouldn't know this probably.
It's the only reason that your whole Centaur tribe, like, bordered never going into that land because of the slavers that were mostly just orcs and grey dwarves.
Prince likes slavery. Goes away and know anything about the princes.
It's the.
That's probably check involved. Yeah.
There is a check involved, yeah.
I mean, prepared. Yeah.
Are you proficient in history?
No.
However, I would agree that maybe we could come to some agreement.
Yeah, maybe this prince is different to others. Maybe he doesn't endorse slavery like the rest of Brandon Gate does.
Oh, they. That's even more of a reason not to. give it a...
Ray, can you roll me just roll me a history check. This is technically DC 10. I don't know if you can even fail it.
15.
Okay.
Nah, you want the modifier?
No, you're okay.
We'll give it to us just for fun.
This is to recall information, but sure, you can tell me what.
What type of modifier?
It's knowledge, history. If you're not prepared, you...
7 plus. So 22 something.
He's a historian.
That's big shit. When you were, well, it goes back into 2 steps. When you first battled the hyenodons and recovered your own hyenodon pet,
Rest in peace.
there was a small piece of green and gold fabric that had some sort of iconography of basically like a bird, black bird creature being crowned or adorned, like some sort of ritual thing. And it was writing on the back something about like, bring useful magical items to this specific graveyard. No real key details. But then as you met and found Sophia and entered the Southern Talons back in Menmir, there was conversation about the former rulers of that land being the Shao Jushin family. An empire that they made, where it was basically a partially animal, very small, partially human, mostly avian species. One of the 3 kingdoms of Brandgate a long time ago, and the only known Sylvan coastal civilization. You basically witnessed the kind of skirting the edge of that lore when you found Sophia, when Grok died, when you ran away pretty fast after that happened. That was all building up, and you kind of ran away from it. But that's what you got. That the bird folks were likely the rulers. The Shao Jushin temple was at the graveyard which magical items were being sent to, was at the base of the Shao Jushin temple in Menmir. And when Sophia talked about that temple, it was just about how they were relatively cruel, basically privateers and profit seekers, lords, equivalently just rulers of a place that were very greedy.
They being the head of Brandgate.
One of the 3 heads of Brandgate, and that was roughly 200 years ago, because then when the asteroid hit, Menmir is now partially in the entire Shattered Stars coast. So it went from just being a coastal town to being at the edge of a gulf. A lot of things happened when that asteroid hit. Screwed that whole civilization up, and now it's just dead. You boarded on the edge of a very, very dead society.
There's nothing urgent going on. I need to go back to bed with my children.
Do we have that simple map of this area?
The city? Or?
Yeah, the city. Or like on nearby cities, so I don't know, maybe it's that one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, you
I can send you on this.
At one point I think you did have a map, but it wouldn't take you that long to get it from one of the guards, I would say. Just one of the guards who has obviously a bigger map that's not being used. They're using the city map to scout out future plans, but maps are in proximity to you, so you're able to collect one.
We'll use this in reference when we talk to the king.
Okay.
Talk to the king.
And you don't find whoever was searching for Imric, you don't find him. Not in short search proximity. But do you guys, how many of you head towards the throne, the temple courts area where the king is?
The king here now.
The king is in the temple courts. And unless you're waiting several hours, but if you want to do that, you're
Probably
welcome to.
awake, we can go for an attack.
It was 3 a.m.
Okay.
Look, you gonna wait for him?
We will wait for him to go.
We can wake him up at 4 a.m.
Send another ghost. Up there. I do. I'll join them.
Alright.
Okay. I mean, Moki, you walk up and you see your daughter is pacing, and your son is trying to comfort her. So, it's fine, Dad's gonna be... Oh, Dad, hey!
All is good.
I knew it.
And I'll have a quick rinse, and if you're still sleepy, we rest in bed.
Oh, yeah. They just both flop back into their beds. They're like, it's springy, it's really nice.
Rinse all the blood off with water and then go.
Your mouth is covered in a lot of blood. Your daughter asked if you ate someone.
Running the gnome.
I was gonna say, do you lie? No? Okay. She's like, oh, your breath stinks so bad.
I'll fucking shoot them.
Fine. Yes.
Don't touch your dead like that.
Yeah, you're ready to fall.
I'm very tolerant. My father wasn't. I don't want to be like my father.
Reasonable. And you
Respect that.
kind of half drift off. You don't hear any more cannon blast, and you don't hear any more incursions for the next 4 hours. It hits 7 a.m.
Does come back?
Heron flies around, and if you're waiting inside the building or outside,
So after everyone leaves,
about 3 hours, he's still flying around.
Jonathan gets ghosts to pull the corpses into the crypt for later use.
Cool.
And then he realizes that nobody is helping him clean up the zombies that are locking up the fence. So he spends like the next few hours at the undead dragon just trying to remove it all.
You see the oldest of the knights, Keth, with the grey and white hair. He's been dragging bodies to like a corner. He wasn't even specifically putting them in a place you told him to, because you didn't tell people what to do. So he just kind of dragged them near a gravestone and just started piling 4 up in a spot. And oh, you want them over there? I'm so sorry. And then he actually does. He helps, but he only gets about 3 by the time you finish the rest of them. So, and also not all basically 40 of these gnoll, basically 40 gnoll bodies aren't going to fit in one.
The crypts?
They're not going to fit in one. You might be able to get 15 to 20 in one. So realistically, say 2 crypts, you've got at least 4 crypts. So you spread them out a little bit. You get Keith to just help pile them onto the dragon wings, and the dragon wings bend them over, slot them in. Keith, not Keith, gosh.
But yeah, if when Heron comes, I have a plan.
You see Heron descends roughly at about 6 a.m. So 3 hours after you start.
Heron.
He doesn't really, he basically comes near the front of the entryway just to look safer and more professional, but sees you, quickly jet fires over to you, lands, stumbles. Sorry. Well, I searched for Imric. Nothing. No tracks. Nothing. He's not roof jumping.
See.
I just searched extra long just in case, and I didn't find him, so he's likely hiding amongst buildings or...
You find where the enemy was. I thought that's what you were looking for.
Both. And no, I didn't find either. My guess is that they're using the buildings as cover. There are still well over a few thousand buildings left. Not that far west, but this way, it's part of the city. There's a lot of cover still.
I see.
I'm assuming you're getting the expedition to begin the flattening. The job where you was flattening the land so you can build.
Well, we decided that we're just going to destroy the forest in this park. It's quicker, less land, then we can build around it.
Oh yeah, that's smart. Yeah, the Hyper Heights is... Well, there's still a lot of buildings there, so I'd be worried about the gnolls. But I'll go scout ahead early and see if my loud noises will deter them.
I wanted your help with something.
You need my
You
help?
are a pyromancer, aren't you?
Yes. Unofficially, I'm more of like a cleric.
With your help, I could create a undead that burns everything it touches around this area, like an aura of fire.
That sounds incredibly toxic. Just to the buildings. It's gonna burn everything.
It really just burns flesh. It won't burn stone too well.
No, nothing burns stone. What about wood?
It's been a while since I've created one of these because I can't do it alone.
Okay, well, my fire burns wood, so I'm just...
I see.
Where could... Do you want it to be burning down buildings so that we can have less structural issues to deal with? You want it to...
Well, I was thinking about creating a few of these for the next horde. They work like bombs, you see. Once they go down, they explode.
Okay. So you want my firepower?
Yes, I just need you to help me with my create undead spell ritual. I can only create 2 of these because they're going to be really weak. However, later if we can find onyxes, I can create some powerhouses that could melt even more.
Okay. How do I assist you in this? Do I just start melting it?
I just need you to channel a fireball and I can do the rest.
Okay.
I don't have fireball.
I will just sit here and start channeling my fire. You watch as he genuinely just makes about a 2-inch wide ball of fire curdle between his hand. And it's like just swelling. It's not growing bigger. The heat isn't expanding. He's just maintaining a small spherical orb of fire.
Alright, perfect. You will get one of the doll's bodies.
Control is something I was blessed with. This is not technically my own skill. It was Inspirus granted.
Hopefully it will be a channel. So, the cool thing about this is that you are a cleric. And since you are a sanctioned blessed cleric, it actually becomes a sanctioned fire skeleton.
You can start actually, would you allow this? Because it is a cleric? Okay, it just gets channel resistance.
He's cleric and paladin, so you can do that.
Alright. So
Ooh.
he burns its flesh with a dark flame, and then his fire goes into the skeleton as it starts to ignite.
He throws the little bit of fireball that he's gathered in his hold and let you kind of draw fire energy out of and into the... And he just throws it, and it just hits the core of like the center of the rib cage underneath the mass of flesh, and it just burns it all away until it's just a skeletal form. Mm-hmm. The little bits of like blood, like oil that is stuck to its hide seems to just help with the burning, which you're not sure is normal, but is certainly magically imbued. There is certainly an element of divine channeled energy here that wouldn't make normal fire at all do this, or keep a skeletal structure alive, but it is doing it, and this is only...
And as Jonathan makes it, I gotta take fire damage because I'm right next to it.
So is Heron.
Does he have fire resistance?
He's immune.
He's immune? Okay, doesn't take anything. I take 3 fire damage.
Oh, you're burning. Would you need my assistance? Well, it doesn't matter now.
It is alright.
This is just a small blow.
But this is a fire.
Okay, the aura is not as big as a fort. It's just adjacent, so
Okay.
it's 5 feet aura.
That's still pretty good. It'll burn literal structures.
Yeah, just 1d6 damage to everything.
Yeah.
And when it dies, 1d6 to everything.
So how many of these bodies am I going to need to help you raise?
Currently I'm a bit tapped for the other 6 I've made, but throughout the next few days I want to raise quite a few of these. They'll be great against their hordes.
I suppose I can support you in that, yes?
For now you can do whatever you want.
I'm going to try and find Imric, and if you and your friends have any ideas where he would go, that would be useful, but I threw him down at the edge of your perimeter, and he just left. Like he turned around, avoiding the fight entirely. I mean, look, he's known to do that, but I just think it is strange that it happened.
Did say you needed to talk to the elves.
Like, he's not here. He needs to talk to the elves. I already heard news from Samantha. She said she didn't see him. She was expecting him and you all to go meet with the Queen Nymeria. But, I guess we can just wait for him and wait for the king. And I will go, honestly, I need to rest. I don't think I've rested in 30 hours.
Right.
see Heron's fire aura just starts to slowly diminish, fading away. Seems to like correlate back into the center of his chest and then kind of vanish. And then it's only about an hour or two later. It's about 7:30 a.m. You see the king. Oh, sorry, 8:30. You see the king. 5 what look like not guards, not armored guards, but what looks like almost blacksmiths, hammers, certain types of like picks, things like that, things that would work at rumbling a building by hitting it at the weak points, gear like shovels, picks, hammers, sledges. Normal, relatively speaking, normal commoners are just walking behind the king with these, I wouldn't call them weapons, they are tools. Sledge could be a weapon.
Or heathens could be up in the candy.
Yeah, they eat. You hear the king as he arrives say, "Excuse me, Jonathan," and you are still like 100 feet away. "Would you mind if my cleanup crew for your operation has a first meal inside?"
That is perfectly fine.
"They will need their strength. Please go eat." And you see these men, all of them varying middle ages, walks in. They drop their weapons at the door, and I think that as Moki looks at them, you see there is a small bit of cheeriness on their face. They are not smiling. Well, they haven't smiled in about almost a week, but they look hungry, a little bit of greed. Basically, pure joy in their faces the moment they start to eat food that is well cooked and prepared for them. Given 30 minutes, they walk back out. The king has gathered 5 Perdition guards to guard the 5 humans.
Anyways, I guess we will give them half an hour, and then we'll head off.
Yes.
Did Samantha tell you about the, who is attacking her city?
They were all I know is that it was the reason that all of the gnolls had been attacking us this whole time. The beast monsters, not necessarily just the dog monsters. So we've been having incursions since 5 days ago when everything started. It seems like it was coordinated, but I think she said that it was confirmed that Odessia, the shadow woman that Mitsu said that he was setting a trap for, she is in part the coordinator of these gnoll attacks.
Yes. And her general is Butcher, the 4th Prince of Shodar. Shidrash.
Say it one more time.
Shidrash.
Forget Russian. You see him acknowledge, not really understanding what that name means, but he is willing to understand new enemies are abound. You can see him process it quite quickly, and he's holding a grimaced grin. I will make sure that the 5 Perdition we protect these 5 with are of the highest standard, 2 captains, 3 middle rank. And I will make sure that Heron is in close proximity.
Alright.
But there is not much more that we can do, especially when it comes to the resources we must already be protecting.
How far is the park from
Where you are right now,
Yeah.
probably about 2 hours, if not 3 hours. You're lucky that the amount of debris in that path is minimal. Yeah, you are really close. These are your neighbors. To get into the very center of that district is only a direct 3-hour walk, march, you're not running. Any scout that would be on horseback and would be moving quickly would be able to get information to your district within 40 minutes. But just to march carefully would be 3 hours.
Alright, so looking at the map, where is all our supplies? Where is all the, kingdoms of there, just over here in the district?
Right on the corner, yeah.
Nothing else. Alright, so looking at this map, because now that I'm actually seeing it,
That's like it there. That's a whole little area
so
there.
technically what we should do is just
But he's on me.
capture this area and build buildings around this area so we can fortify just one location instead of spreading. Well, now re-looking at this, there's a statue. What is that statue of?
At the edge of the illuminated district,
Yep.
there's a temple. There's a statue to Midas.
Okay, well not the statue.
You should be sure at least the water one.
I need this land, it's open.
We don't have a statue on the map.
And that's a statue that's, by the way, surrounded by a building with basically a half roof. Half of that roof is collapsed, and the statue is sitting atop the building.
Okay, it looks like it's just an open square.
Or you destroyed before. Okay.
Now looking at the map, maybe we should keep it closer so we can fortify the illuminated district more.
It would not be harder to rubble the buildings in closer proximity. It would take us less time to move the rubble away, but the problem is we'd be destroying buildings that are very much not damaged yet.
Still functioning.
They are safe havens, but we have just not secured the entire area yet. It is not damaged, but it is just not secure. We do not know where the enemies lie. We have not gambled to send small scouting groups yet.
Alright. Well, while I'm doing building job, Ray, Moki, do you want to go scout for some enemies? Take them out in just the general area.
Scout them more to the tracks and call these stealth for shit.
Oh, I expect you to kill them all.
Yeah, probably.
So we can go that way. What time are we convening with the king?
King's here.
Okay, but you were going to say we're going to convene with him in an hour. Or half an hour.
That's already passed. Yeah, we've passed that.
Yeah, it was a bit of time.
The king's now here, and he's walked in. He's let people eat inside Jonathan's cathedral so that they could eat functional food and have enough energy to then demolish buildings.
Okay.
And now you've basically just regathered after they've eaten. He's gathered 2 Perdition High Guards, and he's gathered 3 medium-level Perdition members plus Heron for defense.
Jimmy, told him about the new friend.
About prank kid. What's your plan? You contest them or just...
We've been on the defensive this whole time. We are trying to be on the offensive, but we cannot foresee their strategies yet. We must plan in the safest paths we can.
You could ask for aid.
We already have. The Queen Emilia is assembling a portal that will be activated by tonight. And that portal will bring in elven reinforcements to create stability in terms of military power. But it is not a large military force, it is only 2,000 strong. Which is almost too much for us to even feed, but it is enough for us to work with.
Which land was the cursed lands again? Is it Oakside Falls? That's corrupted.
The king does not know.
Alright.
I was told from Firefist that the lands were cursed from the lumber weaver's mill to the air spires. So from the center of the city to the far west.
I see.
I'm not sure if the Jeweled Vault Bazaar has suffered as many casualties or has suffered such a cursed environment, but I believe the Queen's Court, the People's Farthing, the Lamented Pier, one half of the King's Pier.
Oh shit, wait, there are 2 scout towers in the middle?
They actually lined the center road leading down to the pier, and one of those towers was yours. Now a lot of those towers are missing.
Okay, those towers destroyed.
A lot of them are.
White Road.
You've been actually sequentially using them through the episodes. Just get a good pie
Alright.
primer.
See those 2 towers back there? If we can completely demolish them, the next building I create, I can recreate it and just have enough rooms for people to sleep.
You do realize that a tower is harder to destroy than a regular building?
Can you just couple it like a tree?
He looks to the humans with sledgehammers and pickaxes. Can you... Oh, we can't topple a tower.
Like, they're already destroyed, right? Like, they're toppled.
I don't know. From the map, you've got towers. To try and observe them, you basically communicate with Heron. Heron does a quick patrol.
If we were using them the other day, they'd probably still.
There's at least one tower on the western side that is still functional, on the eastern side that is heavily destroyed. The demolishing wouldn't be a problem, it would be the excavating of a 50, 60 foot tall structure. That would take a lot longer than demolishing a few 20 foot tall structures.
Thinking we could send an envoy to Brancade, wherever they are in the city,
You hear the king say, "What are you talking about?"
with less human members.
What are you talking about? What representative to what? There's nothing there.
Well, ask them,
He's referring
maybe get them
to-
to not take all of the city and leave the humans.
What envoy?
He's referring to the prince who sent the note.
We have no idea if they are even in this city. They could be bombing us from the outside.
Probably either near the Aspire, that's the direction of the city, or took a ship here, King's Pier. It's a bit of a travel, but
I mean, the king looks just surprised. I didn't. You're sure that this threat has brought its leaders to the city already?
well, Brancade have multiple princes.
Their leaders, yes, they are here. I saw them last week.
Where were they?
They were using the underground tunnels. This was a long-planned coup.
You also saw. You were in shadow form. The bird and its puppeted giant. You basically stopped the giant.
I killed you.
And Marcus burnt that bird to basically a blackened child without feathers. And that giant, in its last moment in the combat that you were in, turned that bird, which was the butcher that you remember, into a small crow, and it flew off.
Yep.
That was actually the last time. So
Yes, he is alive.
it is alive. Do you tell everyone that, or do you just...
He doesn't hear it, it's not very important to the matter.
Okay.
Right.
It's not important, no.
It's not really. He ran away, but he could still be here. He just sent a message recently.
Okay, so you don't tell them that the leader was formerly injured. You wait for the king to hear back from Heron, and Heron arrives. He discusses the tower situation.
Could Brancade have been like a hand in what happened to the city? The undead army and
Yes, they are. They are the reason for attacking the city. It was a vengeance.
We border on Brandgate as a defensive wall, as the mechanism to keep the Keter Sanctuary safe. Caligo Valley was the frontline defenders of just the orcs. We had to defend against the barren wastelands, which we thought could not usher or smuggle threats towards us without us knowing. That was a foolish mistake on our part.
Alright, let's go to the destroyed buildings. We can talk on that way.
me and Ray will try and kill all the baddies up.
Jonathan will bring the giant dragon, and the king is probably... He hasn't said anything about it.
That's good demolition, good.
The dragon has just been lying flat, except for when it was being used to shovel corpses. So now it gets up and it starts to move, and the king just watches it. And Jonathan, should I send the demolition crew behind the dragon? Or?
Oh, yes. This is my dragon. He is Michelangelo's spirit.
I don't know what that means.
Don't worry. His name is Michelangelo. He will be helping us destroy these buildings, and with your crew, we can move some of the rubble. Or spread it out. We need human minds to make sure no one gets hurt, though.
If you find, he talks to one of them, if you find a wheelbarrow on the way, I would take that with you.
King won't get his hands dirty, but wonders never cease.
You watch as you begin to make your way. It doesn't take you long, and you make your way very quickly. And then you reach a point where the king is not really he's not rolled up his sleeves, but he's been walking with you. The 10 of them, plus the king, plus your dragon, plus whoever is joining them, Jonathan. And you watch as the king just observes
Join them and then split off later.
to try and
Yeah.
just make sure that the nearby buildings are not ransacked or have been holding reinforcements.
You probably just walk with us.
Yeah, they're probably just guarding.
You're guarding them until they reach the spot, and then that's up to you what you want to do.
Circles around.
Cool. Yeah. There's 5 tradition that are basically like sentinels staying watch, but you take a wider perimeter and do that sweep. And you notice kind of on your second or third run, the king disappears. Then after about 2 hours, he comes back, and you see he's not in any of the fine regalia or the garments that he was in before. He's in brown clothes, very just look like already used by someone, not his guaranteed. They're way too baggy to fit him properly, and when they're baggy, you can really see how thin he is. He was wearing kind of puffier clothes. And despite that, you do watch him sweat and slowly help with basically he brings back 2 more shovels for the group that basically only brought sledgehammers, picks, hammers, regular hammers, but he brings more tools to help with the excavation. And that is a multiple hour-long journey for you guys. Well, we can get to you, but you're digging through rubble for the better part of 9 hours. 9 hours until you're at a level where Jonathan realizes less than an hour now, and only on one side of one tower has enough rubble been cleared. This is now reaching the kind of end part of your day, your next day, where you're able to summon it, but it's not going to summon perfectly.
Right, should we throw the rubber off the cliff?
I think there won't be any more water running into that channel for at least a while. I think it's a good idea. In fact, if we pile it up at the base of the ramp, if we put all the rubble at the base of the ramp, we could make a kind of defensive hill to block. I don't know, it's an idea. You see the king is obviously exhausted at this point after the others have been working 9 hours, he's been working 7.
John walks up to the bone dragon as he'll cast Undead Sculpting. And sculpt its
Wing to be a
wing
like a
bones
shovel.
to be like a bulldozer pushing thing.
Okay.
And its head also shaped with a nice little horn.
Where it forms a train.
Like a scooper.
Yeah. Not like those. It's a reverse snow plow. It more like does the job rather than separates it.
As it will just slowly push off a lot of the rubble off the cliff.
Yeah. The dragon's having to use its wings, planting it in the ground, and then pushing its head and body forward just to make the larger parts of that rubble kind of sift sideways.
And on this building, he'll just put in a watchtowers on 2 sides of it. So it's more of just a simple box room with 2 watchtowers to look out with lights. Giant lanterns to see out what's going on. And he'll also put 3 ballistas.
On top of the towers.
On top of the roof where you can walk upstairs. And just man them.
Cool. Ballistas ammo for the ballistas kind of naturally spawns in there as well.
I'm going to just fortify, I should say, that this tower is going to be, the other tower that's not destroyed is just going to be like adjacent to it, so it's going to be like fused. So
Yeah, I was going to say using it as a kind of support. Yeah.
it's like the main building. So where originally it was just a doorway outside, it's now just connected to the building, it's a doorway into the public building.
You could almost make that whole building crossover like an actual barricaded
It's
gate.
just blocking that ramp.
Yeah, that's smart. That's pretty
a
smart.
sort of...
And making a kind of one small door as an exit instead of it being literally an open pathway. That's sick. Yeah, no, and I think, because there's a certain sound of a building emerging from ground, like, it's like a total earth-shaking, sound. And the group hears that, so Ray and Moki, you hear that, and that's what identifies you to the fact that this summoning has begun, this ritual is almost done, the first job is almost done for this whole day.
Very loud.
It is more physical shaking, but then there's a noise. And because you're close enough, there's a noise. Both of you please make me one set of survival check each. This is DC 20.
Ooh, I need a 10. How could I do that? Give me a 10. There.
20.
Okay, nice. So no?
15.
15, beautiful. So Moki gets kind of lost, but Ray finds way too many foot tracks in the rubble that match the reclawed the knolls. They match them. You're like, you remember the bone tracks from when you were kind of tracking your hyenodon that became a 4-footed creature, bipedal. You enter what is a broken, abandoned wooden warehouse structure, and as that rumbling is happening in the background, you walk into a long room that's very dark and is filled with maybe over 20 still unmoving, undead gnoll bodies. Just still in the room. Unresponsive.
For you.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah, remember that, but we'll probably just lead them back to him and you can just...
They are probably only 400 or 500 feet away from the structure that you're now building. And they're down the ramp on that path towards the pier. So the path that Jonathan basically just blocked off from direct travel through is at the bottom of that path where Ray has opened the warehouse. Where this is, you're very much at the edge of the industrial complex, so very used to this being a lot of warehouses. Now a lot of ruined warehouses. And that is one supply spot. You don't see any other sewer entrances or anything like that. It is just a warehouse full of corpses. And you notice, Ray, a scarred face at the very back. A creature breaks the line of sight from all of these monsters and starts to walk towards you in that dark warehouse. Hey!
Yeah, that was this guy. Guy from my island? Yeah.
Scarred face of a third creature.
I don't have magic, so I can't.
I thought I recognized your smell.
Does he look like he's nearly dead?
He does look slightly, probably a fair bit thinner than you remember.
Oh, but he's not like bleeding.
No, and the last time you saw him was nearly 3 weeks ago. So, covered in what is just dust. Probably dust and layers of some sort of soot. He's probably just slept on the floor in a very ashy place. Because you can definitely tell it's ash and dirt and soot. And he walks up to you and says, I don't think we were ever meant to see this. But the one who made it let me live to deliver a message. I can't say it. I can only say it to the person who resurrected the towers, the new buildings.
You write it down and search.
Yeah. I think I could. And you hand him a book. And you see he starts to write in Sylvan.
It's like, oh boy, we can read this.
God.
Where you read in Sylvan, when the arrival of the owner of the cathedral reaches this warehouse, drain the blood from your body. I was given an order, and I kind of haven't been able to leave. That's where we'll end the episode.
Bigger they are, harder they fall.